imagined form of cooperation remind us that the future must be built differently. From donor-driven approach to locally led partnership, where communities shape their own destiny, democratic destiny. From evidence-based intervention to continuous support for civic education, media freedom, and institutional resilience. From lone effort to multi-stakeholder coalition, where government, civil society, youth, and international partners sit at one table. This is the cooperation we need, not transactional, but transformational. So my call is just simple, in this my opening remark, to donors and partners, work with us to strengthen democratic ecosystem, not just funding events. To the diplomatic community, to stand boldly for civic freedom whenever they are under threat. To civil society, to keep innovating, keep building bridges, and keep holding everyone accountable. And to African youth, not to wait for permission, because basically, the time is now for young people to lead. I invite you to picture democracy in Africa as a great tree. Its roots are built on trust. Its trunk is built with integrity. Its branches are civic freedom, and its leaves are the energy of the young people. For this tree to grow strong, it must be watered by cooperation, either old and new, local and global. At Kimpath, we pledge to keep watering, because when democracy thrives in Africa, it strengthens peace and prosperity for the world. It is my hope that the conversation today from the esteemed speakers of years of experience will spark actionable, policy-driven initiative within Africa, that when we gather next year, we will be counting the gains and the progress made so far. Together, let us build a future that is resilient, inclusive, and unshakably democratic. So let's sit tight and enjoy the conversation today. Thank you so much once again for coming. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Idowu. Well, having set the tone for this very event, we'll begin with our first panel session, the first of 3 panel sessions today. We're having critical conversations about the future of our continent and about how to, build collaborations, develop strategies for a better Africa. And we'll begin with the first panel, which is entitled Old and Emerging Forms of Cooperation for Democratic Resilience in Africa. And as we reflect on both long-standing and innovative mechanisms that continue to support democracy, especially in fragile contexts. Our esteemed panelists this morning will explore how regional partnerships, civic cooperation, and multilateral frameworks are evolving to meet today's realities. For this, please join me welcome the moderator for this panel session, Dr. Matthew Ayibakuro. Please, a round of applause for him. All right, so I will just introduce Dr. Ayibakuro for you, and he's going to do the introduction with other members of the panel. Dr. Matthew is a governance and development expert with academic and policy experience, working on the cross-cutting issues of economic law, democratic governance, and human rights. His professional experience spans work in the public sector, private sector, academia, and international development, with specific consultancy roles with UNODC, MacArthur Foundation, USAID, UNDEF, and other development partners. Matthew holds a PhD from the University of Birmingham, where his research focused on rights-based approaches to anti-corruption in sub-Saharan Africa. He has written for national and international media and research institutions, including Laws, Africa, Al Jazeera, and the African Research Institute, London, the Global Anti-Corruption Blog, The Guardian, The Punch, This Day, Premium Times, The Nation, and All Africa. Matthew currently works as a governance advisor with the Foreign, Commonwealth, and Development Office at the British High Commission, Abuja, where he leads the mission's work on legislative reform, elections, and democracy. Dr. Ayuba Kuro will be moderating this important discussion on traditional and emerging cooperation models that support democratic resilience. Please welcome once again, Dr. Ayuba Kuro.
Good morning. Hope you can hear me fine. Okay. The introduction threw me off a bit. I thought I'd be standing before that, but it's really great to be here. This is a very interesting program to be with you this morning on. I think I'm really excited about the panelists joining us today. And I think I want to start by referring to the very popular 1986 song by the legendary Nigerian Afrobeat pioneer Fela Anikulapo Kuti in 1986, where he described democracy as democracy with a Z. Democracy, crazy demo, demonstration of craze. Now, this was his own description of what democracy is. Very poignantly, about 40 years later, that line still describes how most citizens across the continent experience democracy. As Bukola said, although about 2/3 of Africans, roughly 65%, still prefer democracy over other forms of government, trust in democratic institutions on the continent has dropped to below 40% over the last 2 decades. The distribution of trust in key institutions across Africa is actually quite fascinating. As you might see behind me, Africans trust religious institutions more than every other institutions of the continent at 66%. Next to religious institutions, the army, 61%. Next to that, traditional rulers, 56%. Then we get to the democratic institution, executive, represented by the president, just 46%. The police, also 46%. The courts, 47%, so slightly higher. And then we come to parliament. Only 37% of Africans trust in their parliaments. The Electoral Commission, 39%, and their local government councils, 38%. In fact, according to the latest data released from VDEM, only 5% of African citizens live in what you might refer to as liberal democracies. 64% of them live in what you can refer to as just electoral democracies, where they literally just do elections as a demonstration of democracy. 6% live in closed autocracies, and very interestingly, according to the VDEM Institute, and this I found very fascinating, for 22%, they don't even know how to categorize them, so they call them gray democracies. Beyond the continent, global barometers of democracy actually also show this trend. Across the world, the level of democracy for the average global citizen has gone all the way back to 1985 levels. If you look at country averages, it takes us all the way back to 1996 levels. In fact, in terms of the fundamental individual rights that underpin democracy, Freedom House reports actually show that continued deterioration of civil and political rights has been recorded in 21 out of Africa's 54 countries in 2024. For the first time in over 20 years, the world currently has fewer democracies, 88 in number, compared to autocracies, 91. This really means that nearly 3 out of 4 persons in the world today live in autocracies rather than democracies. And this accounts for the highest levels of this since 1978. In fact, the number of countries considered to be democratizing in 2024 stood at just 19. This is a reduction from 26 all the way back 20 years ago in 2004. But it's not all doom and gloom. Mobilization for democracy across the world is rising. Technology and social media is creating very interesting opportunities to improve participation and turnout to democratic processes. It's also helping enhance accountability, serving as very veritable instruments for mobilization and for organizing. It's also helping to reaffirm pluralism and human rights. But the landscape for democratic cooperation is also changing rapidly. In 2024, USAID support for democracy, human rights, and governance, what we refer to as DRG in Africa, is estimated to have been around $400 million. This has essentially been wiped out due to the events of the last few months, with similar reductions in donor support elsewhere. This is putting the resilience of democratic institutions and processes under strain on the continent, with civil society particularly vulnerable. I should also say that this has also provided quite a bit of anxiety for most of us in the room working on democracy on the continent. I haven't been in just a few number of what I might call support groups in the last 7 to 8 months because of the anxiety that people working on democracy feel on the continent. The state of security on the continent also means that countries are facing delicate trade-offs between addressing increasingly serious challenges like violent extremism and respecting civic space, human rights within a democratic context. So against this background, how exactly do we build and sustain democratic resilience in Africa? Should we be looking backwards in order to go forwards in terms of the forms of cooperation and support we need right now to strengthen democracy on the continent? Or should we forget about the past and just look forward in order to look at how emerging forms of cooperation, solidarity, and support for democracy might be the path for the African continent? Thankfully, I'm not the one that will be answering these questions because I have an awesomely balanced panel that's going to join me shortly to engage in these questions over the next 40 minutes or so. So it is my honor to welcome to the podium somebody who has designed and supervised democratic support programs with civil organizations, election observation missions, political parties, legislatures in over 24 countries in Africa. In the course of his work, he has interacted regularly with heads of states, government ministers, elected officials, and political and civic leaders. In fact, he helped to launch the African Statesmen Initiative, a program aimed at facilitating political transitions in Africa by encouraging former democratic heads of states to stay engaged on democratic issues. He makes frequent guest appearances on major global media networks and has published articles on African politics and democratization. He holds degrees from Yaoundé University in Cameroon, Harvard Law School, and Boston University. He's a former adjunct faculty member at the African Center for Strategic Studies and Georgetown University. He volunteers as a Goodwill Ambassador for Ukraine in his Global Food Security Initiative and sits on the advisory board of Medical Bridges, a nonprofit organization that is helping to bridge healthcare gaps worldwide. I was just telling him this morning that a few months ago, somebody told me in Nigeria with so much confidence that he knew I was a brother of this person, and I never met him in person until this morning. So maybe we are connected telepathically. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to welcome to join me for this panel, Dr. Chris Fomoyo. Please put your hands together for him. I told you the panel was going to be very balanced, and so it is my pleasure to invite to join for this panel somebody who is a democracy practitioner and strategic facilitator specializing in democratic elections, good governance, and civic engagement. Through research, advocacy, and capacity building, she bridges the democratic gaps between civil society and the African Union, strengthening civil society engagement with AU rights and governance institutions. Her expertise spans coalition politics, democratic elections, conflict resolution, peace building, and the evolving role of civil society within Africa's peace and security architecture. She is currently the program manager, Democratic and Civic Engagement Unit as the Center of Human Rights at the University of Pretoria. Please join me welcome to the podium, Ms. Bonolo Makali. Great. I have to say I'm really excited about this panel. I'm hoping it's going to be fun, but also as serious as the subject matter is currently on the continent. And so I'm going to start from you, Dr. Chris. Just before the panel, I did have a chat with you, and I told you how excited I was to hear about you and your reflections about democracy on the continent. So my first question to you, really broad. What are your thoughts on the current state of democracy in Africa? And in answering that, can you also reflect on some of the structural limitations in how we have supported and cooperated on democracy on the continent?
Well, thank you very much, Matt, for those very kind words of introduction. And let me just take the opportunity to really thank KDI, Bukola and Remy and the entire team and staff and members of the board for convening us to have this conversation on the African continent with regards to Africa. It's extremely important that African voices be heard on the international stage, that global leaders take into consideration not just what transpires on the continent, but how the people of the continent feel. And I say this with a lot of pride because in a few short years, in less than 25 years, Africa and its diaspora will constitute 25% of the world's population. So 1 in every 4 individuals in the world in the next 25 years will be African. And at that point in time, 1/3 of the youth population of the world, more than 33% of the youth population of the world will be African. And so we better take Africa seriously. And I'm really delighted that this opportunity is here. Let me also, as a preface to responding to your question, put the conversation about democracy in Africa in perspective and use this opportunity to disabuse some of the false narrative that some have tried to perpetuate in the sense that democracy is a foreign concept on the African continent. It is not. I mean, the history of Africa, I mean, my goodness, for 2 centuries, our people have been fighting for freedoms, for liberties, for better governance, for opportunities to govern themselves. I mean, the whole fight against colonial rule and colonialism was because our people wanted to govern themselves. They wanted freedoms, they wanted liberties. The fight against apartheid in South Africa was all about the majority wanting to have a voice and a seat at the table. The pro-independence movements, in some cases, there were even liberation movements and wars for independence, was because our people wanted to govern themselves. And if you fast forward even to the 80s, the national conferences that we had, the demonstrations against authoritarianism and military rule were manifestations of the desire of our people to govern themselves. So I would say that Africans have got democracy in their DNA. There may just be different interpretations of how it's been characterized or how it's been implemented, and various activities that have been conducted. But for me, it comes naturally to every African that democracy is a way of life. How are we doing on the continent with regards to democracy? I think Afrobarometer, which is also another homegrown initiative that conducts research, opinion research across the entire continent, has demonstrated, as Bukola said right at the beginning, that we're not doing very well. And I would say that today, the glass, which about a decade ago looked like it was 3/4 full, is now half full. Because back 2015 or a decade about, the African Union was doing exceptionally well. The African Union had just adopted its Charter on Democracy, Governance, and Elections, and countries were enthusiastic about ratifying the Charter. We were talking about NEPAD with a lot of optimism and hope about its performance, about African leaders holding their colleagues and peers accountable for how they governed. We were talking about in West Africa, for example, of the 15 countries that make up the sub-regional entity ECOWAS, 13 of them were newly elected leaders who at most were in their second term of office, to the point where ECOWAS even thought of embracing presidential term limits and integrating that in its protocol on democracy and governance. And so there was a lot of effervescence and a lot of hope. But unfortunately, in the last decade, we've seen the shrinking of political space. We've seen flawed elections that have pushed citizens to become disaffected with the electoral processes and with their democracy. And most unfortunately, we've seen a resurgence of military rule, something that we thought was a thing of the past, and now is very prevalent in the Sahel and in other countries on the continent. So we're not doing very well, but there is still hope, because what has also been accomplished in the past 30 years, in the past 3 decades of very intense democratization, it's a civil society that's vibrant. It's a young generation that came of age in this democratization era, that see themselves as citizens of the world and want to be able to have access and enjoyment of the rights that citizens and their counterparts in other parts of the world have come to take for granted. And so there's hope, but there's a lot of work to be done. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chris. I'm going to just do a quick follow-up, then I'm going to go over to Bonolo. As you've said, we're not doing very well, even if, as you did mention, democracy is in the DNA of Africa and Africans. You've worked on the continent for a very long time. Why do you think we've gone from the reasonably good place we were a couple of decades ago to where we are now? What are the structural issues, both in terms of how democracy support has been implemented on the continent, but just generally, why have we come through this almost backward slide in terms of democratic trends on the continent?
That's a very good question, because I think many of us who have been working in that space are going through a lot of soul searching right now. Where did we go wrong, and why did all of our investments not pay the dividends that we had expected when we made those investments? And I think part of the issue has been with the ownership of the discourse, with the ownership of the narrative. I think we may have missed the mark in not owning the processes that were at play to help strengthen democratic practices across the continent. That all too often, of course, we're part of the world, but as we build partnerships with other nations that were also working in the same space, there may have come a point when the implementation of democracy strengthening programs was perceived as responding not to the indigenous needs and desires that were coming from Africans themselves, but in compliance with what various partners and donors may have wanted. And I think that colored the ownership process of Africans feeling that it was their own processes, they owned the narrative, they owned the practice, and had an obligation for themselves and for future generations to invest more into that process. I'll take just a very short example to make this very practical. We know in this room, and people watching from Nigeria, I love Nigeria because it's the giant of the continent, how much Nigerian civil society invested in sending the military back to the barracks, putting an end to military rule in Nigeria, and ushering in the democratic dispensation. And after the 1999 transition, as Nigeria began to function as a democracy, some of us pleaded with the leadership at the time, including members of the National Assembly, senators, and members of representatives, to find ways to also show their support to Nigerian civil society. What could have prevented the allocation of 1% of the national budget to support indigenous civil society organizations that were working to make sure the space that had been reconquered from the military could be safeguarded? And so we had a situation where there wasn't a lot of synergy across sectors with the new breed of democratic actors that emerged after those transitions. That's one area, one example to underscore my point that we may have missed the mark in terms of building more ownership on the continent to make sure that people can feel that they have a commitment to themselves, to their generation, and to future generations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very interesting example from Nigeria. Thankfully, we have a senator from Nigeria with us today. He's going to be on one of the panels, and maybe we're going to get a few more reflections from that perspective. I'm going to go to Bonolo, and I'll start with the first question. I started with Dr. Chris as well. What are your general reflections on the state of democracy in Africa? And Dr. Chris referred to the role of civil society. You work quite a good deal with the AU frameworks, engaging civil society. What exactly are your own reflections as well, specifically on the lessons you've learned working with civil society on the continent and with the African Union in their role in democracy?
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Matt. Also, I just want to say thank you to KDI for the invitation. It was a long 25-hour journey from home, but it was very much worth it. And I also think it's important that we are gathering in this week when Monday was an International Day of Democracy. And so this moment invites us to reflect about democracy as we know it now, but also almost reimagine what democracy would look like for a generation, not even the generation after us, but a generation that's not even born yet. So I think it's important that we are having this conversation now. Briefly to just reflect on democracy, I mean, a lot has been said, but I think what we are seeing at the moment is that democratic ideals are undergoing a profound transformation, potentially expanding and narrowing our understanding of democracy's meaning, possibility, and the future. An example of what's happening in the Sahel, we're asking questions about, is this a place of democratizing of the military or institutionalizing the military rule? And I think for me, we keep talking about this idea of reimagining democracy and building resilience, right? And it reminded me of something that the late Professor Mkandawiri warned us about, that we should avoid this instrumental definition of democracy, that democracy must be this one thing. And if it's not that thing, then it won't work for us. And what Professor Mkandawiri was warning us and maybe even encouraging us is to see democracy and its power in its essence and nuances of existing and its ability to evolve. Its ability to evolve, responding to different political contexts, but also thinking about how it become responsive to the needs of citizens. And if anything, young Africans are telling us that we must reimagine and we must figure out ways in which democracy can evolve to respond to their particular needs. And I think again in this idea of democracy, and the fact that we are all sitting in this room together, it's encouraging that it's a commitment from all of us to ensure that the sun of democracy does not set on our beloved continent, because then if it does, then we are in big trouble. So I think with some of the reports that were mentioned earlier, Afrobarometer report being one of them, that really emphasizes the fact that a lot of Africans still, appreciate democracy. And I think the question here is not democracy as a concept that young people are struggling with, but democracy in practice. Things like how power is exercised after elections, things around good governance. When we saw those young people going on the streets of Mali celebrating the military intervention, I don't think the idea here was the fact that there's a celebration of the military in itself. But even if that was the case, it still calls us into a place where we now need to think critically about the profound transformation around democratic ideals. But to answer your question about the work that I do and the African Union in particular, I want to reflect briefly before I get into some of the lessons that I can share in terms of how civil society organizations have been engaging with the African Union. Professor Babatunde Fagbayo from the University of Pretoria, in one of his work, draws from a concept that was introduced by the Prime Minister of Barbados. The concept that speaks to a fundamental and widespread disconnect between citizens and governmental institutions, international institutions like the African Union, regional economic communities, and so on and so forth. He then proposes an alternative in thinking about this widespread mistrust and disconnection that we see, what he calls an ethical alternative, drawing from what the Prime Minister spoke about, which is the dignity of agency. And what the dignity of agency essentially speaks about is this idea that, citizens have a right to participate and to engage meaningfully. And it moves away from a place of it being a procedural exercise, but more like a substantive exercise, right? And so when we think about how some of the lessons there, or let me start on the theoretical frameworks here. When we think about citizens and civil society engaging with the African Union, there are these two ideas, particularly when we reflect on the idea of the dignity of agency. It is the invited spaces where, for example, the Constitutive Act of the African Union speaks to the fact that, the African Union recognizes that it needs civil society and citizens to be part of its working to ensure regional integration. Even when we think about the Peace and Security Council, for example, when the Livingston formula was actually developed, it was in the presence of civil society moving to also the Maseru conclusion, which really was trying to ensure that citizens realize this right of engaging with the African Union. So there are these invited spaces, the Constitutive Act of the African Union, that really almost provides a normative legitimacy to say we are not getting into a space that we are not wanted in. And historically, if you think about it, the AOU used to have a very strange relationship with civil society. There's a story that Professor Hans Sungule used to talk about there was a meeting in Lusaka in Zambia with head of states, and civil society organizations were in the room, and these head of states walked away because they felt that the organizers invited an enemy of the state. And then the transition happened in 2002 with the AU. Then the Constitutive Act then speaks to the right to engage and participate. But beyond the invited space using constitutions like the Constitutive Act of the African Union, they invented spaces where civil society organizations have creatively taken what the Constitutive Act say and help to realize it. And part of the work that I really do is that we find platforms and we find areas in which we can engage with the African Union, we can engage with regional institutions to ensure that civil society organizations have a voice. And part of it is this idea of network, like this idea of networks around democracy and democratic building, where, civil society organizations have formed networks to engage. I'll make an example about the work that we do with the Pan-African Parliament, for an example, where the Pan-African Parliament has invited, a few civil society organizations to say, come alongside and work with us in terms of providing technical support to the parliament, in terms of, providing capacity building to members of the parliament, but also just to create avenues for civil society organizations to influence policies and to strengthen things around institutional democracy and all of that. And so there's been opportunities like that where invented creative spaces of civil society have put in place to engage with these organs. But I also think the idea around democratic solidarity framework, and we saw that where I think we can agree that some of the issues that we struggle with on the continent, they're transnational. And we saw that during COVID-19 when there was human rights violations in Zimbabwe, for example, even with the NSARS in Nigeria, even with what happened last year with young people in Kenya, where it almost as if there was the sense of solidarity where people came together, right? And so when we think about ways in which we strengthen, cooperation and collaboration in building very strong democratic movements, how do we strengthen frameworks around solidarity, but also how do we create networks that would really help us in ensuring that we strengthen democracy and protect the threat that we currently see.
Thank you very much, Bonolo. Quite a few things that I'm going to come back to. I just want to say that we have almost 90 people online listening to this conversation. For those online, I have my phone in my hand. I'm seeing a few questions dropping already. Whatever questions you have, just put it in the chat. I'm going to see it and I'm going to pick some of them and put to the panelists. But I just want to go through one brief round of questions to both panelists, and then I'm going to open it up, including to the questions. Chris, when I saw that you'd be on this panel, there's one question that was paramount in my mind. And I'm going to come back a bit to solutions, kind of where we're going forward. But reflecting backwards a bit, you've worked on a continent for 2 to 3 decades, if I'm right, on democratic issues. In your mind, what was the best time for democracy in the years you've worked on democratic issues in Africa? What was that best moment you felt this is close to Uhuru for the African continent on democracy? And what do you think defines that moment that was the best time for us compared to where we are today? I can give you some time to think through this.
No. Okay. I have it all in my big head.
Good.
But thank you. Thank you very much, Matt, for that question. And you bring back some real good memories, which are really relevant. Talking about support groups, these are moments to also share the success stories. And what comes to mind for me even began when I was still volunteering before I began my professional career with the National Democratic Institute. And I think, in fact, when Bukula talked about, it looks like we now, was it you who talked about, it looks like we're now back where we were in 1985. And I thought, my goodness, if that was the case, well, the future may still be bright. Because I would say one of the peak moments for me was the period between 1989 and 1993.
Okay.
Where we saw exponential growth in terms of adherence to democratic governance on the African continent. Namibia had just had its independence, 1989, Nelson Mandela, apartheid collapsed in South Africa, Nelson Mandela came out of jail. South Africa was writing a new constitution, which was very progressive and very open. Benin launched the national conferences in Francophone Africa. Military regimes were collapsing without the firing of a shot because people were taking to the streets and asking for their voices to be heard. And these national conferences brought in Africans across multiple sectors to sit down and rewrite their constitutions in a way that would make room for pluralistic societies. And keep in mind that before 1989, there were only 4 countries on the entire African continent. 4. There were only 4 countries that allowed for political pluralism. That's for citizens to even form political parties. That was the Gambia, Senegal, Botswana, and Mauritius. The rest of the continent was either under one-party rule or military regimes. And so that opening that began in 1989 took us right through 1993 and then the 1994 elections in South Africa. I think that was one of those high moments that gave everyone real hope and enthusiasm that democracy was something to stay. And we had an in-house joke at the National Democratic Institute, NDI, at the time. We're all joking about the fact that, well, in 2-3 years, democracy will be settled, and then we'll move on to other professions because there'll be nothing to do. We're still there. It's become more complicated, but it's a never-ending endeavor, as late President John F. Kennedy said. And so we're still working at it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Interesting memories. Some of us were kids. We probably don't remember much of this. So it's really great to hear your reflections on this. But yeah, it's good to look back before we look forward to where we are. But Nolo, one question for you before we go to the audience and also to the questions coming online. You spoke about these invented spaces within the African Union systems. And you also talked about spaces that were invited spaces, where civil society was invited to come in. When we talk about democracy on the continent, we hear a lot about civic spaces closing up. We hear about civil society being under massive pressure. We hear about repression of civil society and their voices. In your reflection, what would be the best way for civil society to engage with this issue of repression of closing civic spaces? Should they be looking at the African Union to be more effective in protecting the voice of civil society? Should they create their own invented spaces to provide solidarity? Where does the balance lie in how civil society reacts to this trend across the continent?
Thank you, Matt. This is a difficult one, but I think, let me start here. And I'm going to keep making example about young people because it's a demographic I work with, and I'm very close to some of their struggles. So, for example, if we look at the Charter on Democracy, Election, and Governance, and other normative frameworks that exist, they predate before these unprecedented challenges that we're facing on the continent. So, in principle, we see what these normative frameworks speaks about and what is expected of institutions like your African Union or regional economic communities. But because they almost don't respond fully to some of the unprecedented challenges that we are facing at the moment. And so we see young people on the continent really thinking about alternative ways of participation, on the alternative ways of exercising their political right. And I think that's important, where things like, there's conversation around digital democracy. I still struggle with the internet, but I see the value of it and I see the power of it. If we think about what happened in Kenya last year and how young people in Kenya were creatively using things like TikTok and the internet to really put their messages out there. And I mentioned this earlier, that even when we think about solidarity, when young people were protesting in Nigeria, it looks different from when young people were protesting in South Africa in 2015, because the way in which we used the internet in 2015 with Fees Must Fall was very different from the way it was used, for example, during NSARS. So there's this new space really that provides us an opportunity to participate and to engage and exercise our political rights in a very different way outside of the formal spaces that have been granted. But also, and I want to mention this because this is a project I want to work on next year, and it may not be a thing that makes sense theoretically, but this is part of the project I'm working on next year for my PhD. I have an obsession with using art to build democracy, an obsession of using music and art and non-textual tools to build democracy. I smiled earlier when Matt quoted Fela Kuti. He's in South Africa, they call him a problematic faith. I don't know why they call him a problematic faith, but he's a faith. If you think about what the work of your Miriam Makeba, Hugh Masekela, Jonas Gwangwa, Nina Simone, Miles David, Joel Crane. If you think about the work that they did from the civil rights movement to apartheid, in using music to tell the story of South Africa, in using music to tell the story about what Africans were struggling with. And I'm thinking, and we must do this as well as our own way of how do I put it? Our own way, like looking for spaces and creative non-textual tools that make us happy, because this work is hard, right? This work is hard, where we see government using laws to oppress us. What is currently happening in Zimbabwe with the law that has been passed that really infringes on how civil society can, do the work that they do. So these things are there, and I think we need to find moments and spaces that grant us joy, but equally creative and non-textual tools that we can use towards building resilience, and this idea of democratic resilience that is not static. And as I mentioned earlier, using Professor Mkandawiri's reflection, that in its essence, it exists and it's nuanced and it can evolve. So I'm wondering if, as we reimagine democracy for the next 30 years and for the next 40 years, and if we reimagine the kind of Africa that contradicts our current reality and the kind of democracy that we want to see in the work that we do, perhaps we must also think about things that are done outside of the classroom, things that are done outside of boardrooms, things that are done and invite artists to come and have this conversation with us, invites musicians to come and have this conversation with us.
Thank you very much. This has been quite interesting, making democratic work exciting. As I was listening to you, I was just thinking, I started my career as a corporate lawyer, got very passionate about democratic governance, resigned and came to do this job. And recent times I've been asking myself, what the hell have I done? Because the job is not as exciting as it was a few years ago when we all wanted to do civic engagement and democratic work. It's become a bit challenging. And maybe we can get a few more artists and singers and poets to come and make this work a bit more bearable and fun for everyone. But I'm really happy to hear from a very amazing set of audience we have in the room and online. I have a few online questions, but I want to give first refusal to people in the room who have questions, comments. We're going to do that for about 10 minutes and then we're going to go back online. So yes, let's start with you. Can somebody pass the mic to her? Please introduce yourself and your question. If you do want to direct it at any of them in particular, you have my right.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Gwemisola Abiola. I'm a research fellow at Harvard University. Thank you for mentioning the, I guess, the powerful force of art and the creative industry in being able to, in its transformative capability in pushing forward democratic ideas. I suppose my worry is its grounding power. I think that to a considerable degree, there are ways in which art, whether it's music, it's visual arts, or even the written word, is able to be an effective mobilizing force. However, to what degree, and we've seen this historically, even with Fela that you quoted today, I wonder to what degree it would be a grounding force for ensuring that there's policy shifts, there are transformations within institutions in and across Africa. So that it's not just within the level or domain of conversations or even mobilization, but actually how can it ground and cause effective change, in each of these institutions. I want to know how you're conceptualizing this.
Thank you very much. We're going to take yours and then we'll go back and then over to you.
Thank you. Let me.
Can we check if the mic is on? It's supposed to be green if it's on. Okay.
All right. Thank you very much. So I was just fascinated with conversation about the effectiveness and efficiency of the AU, and also how you were able to relate those conversations with what the civil society is doing to make that institution much more sustainable. My question would then be that, do you not think that the agency itself is defective structurally? So there is a challenge in getting the agency to be able to provide the kind of benefit that you think that agency can provide, for Africa. That rather than, and it looks like that space is actually not their space. And rather than contributing on strengthening that space, you don't think that in terms of reemerging Africa, is for us to begin to look at how do we deconstruct that space, to provide, the space for those who could, look at some of the protocols that are coming from those spaces, whether it is UN, whether it is AU or any other regional framework. Some of those protocols also are products of, citizens' participation. Rarely do you find something coming directly if it's not pushed by the citizens who can be called, civil society in this regard. So does it not mean to us that in terms of the conversation around emerging Africa, that the whole entity has served its purpose and that there is a need for us to be looking at how do we overall to bring a more value based agency, that can really better the future of Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Gentleman at the back, and then we'll come to you.
Thank you very much. My name is Mohamed Warise. I used to work for Democracy Sierra Leone. And when I say that name, I know Dr. Chris is going to remember that name from Sierra Leone. I was motivated, I must say, to come to this program when I saw your name. And I live in Maryland, so I trekked all the way to come just because I knew you were going to be here. And thank you very much for your service, in promoting democracy around Africa. It's recognized. You're known all over. My question, I know you are aware of our situation in Sierra Leone where elections are conducted. Nobody can access the data, the results. And that is not the story. That is not the end of the story. The main story is the opposition, especially the executive members of the opposition, they came out to say, yes, they won the elections, but yet they want the incumbents to continue just because they do not like the presidential candidates that they elected in their convention. So now the grassroots, the young people are saying, no, that is the man we elected and that is the man we want. My question is, how do we go around reinventing, if you like, the wheel, to re-strategize about how we bring back that democracy that you were talking about between 1993 to 2005, probably. How do we go about doing that? Do we bring ethics? Do we bring integrity into play? Do we bring the development partners to maybe make their own contribution in like coercing the government, who stolen an election? What do we do? Because I'm baffled, because I've never heard of any place in Africa where elections are conducted, yet we cannot see data. We've been followed now. You go to Venezuela, they also conducted their election a year ago, and they did not produce data. The United States is upon them. They want them to relinquish power to the person that they thought won the elections. So for me, when I saw the Democracy International, their report a few days ago in my email, stating that democracy is in peril, I asked the question, we learned this democracy, even though you said it's in our DNA, but we learned it from the West. How do they contribute to ensuring that we are able to strengthen our democracy? Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll take the last question, then we'll come back to the panelists.
Thank you very much. My name is Mareike Shomeris. I work at a research institute in Kenya called Busara, and we work a lot on using behavioral science to understand issues of governance and citizen engagement. So I found the remarks of all of you extremely insightful and very helpful. And I wanted to dig a little bit deeper into something that was mentioned on the panel, which is the importance of processes and the importance of civil society. So we find that very strongly in our work, that maybe in contrast to, for example, the United States or countries in Europe, where often the moment of voting is what people recognize as the most important democratic engagement, community, the sense of community, the sense of participation really matters a lot more. In fact, it makes all the difference. And I wanted to ask the panelists whether you had seen innovative ways of supporting exactly this sense of the importance of civil society, the importance of community, the importance of participation, and whether you could give some advice on how we can do even more to support that kind of sense in people. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We've had 4 rounds of questions. Just so we keep up with time, because we have 2 other panels here, I'm going to say we try to respond to the questions in about 2 to 3 minutes, so we can go online as well. Bonolo, you can do the question on how grounded the approach of using art, music to engage democratic processes is. Also the question on invited spaces, because you brought that question on yourself. So that goes to you. And Dr. Chris, there's a very detailed question about how we reinvent democratic practice. Do we look to ethics? Do we look to development partnership frameworks? what should we do? And maybe you can take the question on looking at the processes and community beyond just elections. Bonolo, do you want to go first? And then we'll come to Dr. Chris.
So I'm going to make an example about what is happening currently in South Africa. There's a conversation around the national dialogue in South Africa. And the idea of dialogue in South Africa is an important idea that even during apartheid era, there was a lot of dialogues that were happening. But I mentioned the current national dialogue specifically because what President Cyril Ramaphosa did with his eminent group, I think it's extraordinary. I mean, I've got my own issues about the dialogue, but I'm not going to talk about that now here. But to make the point about art being grounding, what President Cyril Ramaphosa did with the National Dialogue Eminent Group is that he has a diverse group of people as part of the group that is leading this national dialogue. So he has Siya Kolisi, for example. If you follow sport in South Africa, you will know Siya Kolisi is the captain of the rugby team. We've got leading actors like John Kani, who really has been sitting in a lot of international platforms as an actor. He's got student activists, he's got professors, he's got pastors, he's got everyone in this eminent group. And the idea there is to say these people are representing different parts of our society. And they're going to be part of this process of dialoguing with South Africans to think about policy shifts, to think about how do we transform South Africa, how do we transform our institutions? And I think there's a place for that where we recognize that we can't just use a unilateral approach in us figuring out how to reimagine democracy or how to change the world around us. And what President Cyril Ramaphosa has done is but one example where he has gathered different people from different sectors to say, come dialogue with South Africans and come dialogue with me, and let's think about what policy shifts and what transforming our institutions would look like. And I know it sounds like pink fluffy in the sky, and I don't want us to also gaslight ourselves to think that because this question that you're asking is quite valid, right? But if artists are coming alongside with politicians, with thinkers, with whoever, it may provide us with something that will help us in terms of it being grounding. And again, on the African Union, it's always very awkward for me to answer this because everyone asks this question every time I talk about the AU. It's almost like I'm an advocate of the African Union, but I'm not. And I agree with you that sometimes I ask a question that if the Pan-African Parliament that I work with, if it closed its doors tomorrow, will an ordinary African feel the difference? I don't think so. But I do this work so that a generation after me would be able to see the work, because I think we are building, there is something that's been done, right? The institution itself, I agree with you, the institution itself could do better, but I don't think an overhaul is something that could also be effective. We could think about other alternative ways of engaging alongside trying to support the institution for it to do what it's mandated to do. Things like really leveraging on soft power and soft diplomacy. In the work that I do with the Pan-African Parliament, for an example, we've been able to create relationships with chairpersons of different committees, so that if the powers that be, if we are struggling with them, we can just engage with one chairperson of a committee to push an agenda on developing a model law, for example, on gender equality and gender parity. And if that chairperson of that particular committee is willing to engage with us, we use that, we leverage on those relationships and soft powers to do that. But also if we think about, geographical proximity, I'll make an example about your ISS, Amani Africa, and a few other organizations that are based in Addis Ababa, for example, that have access to the African Union. Amani Africa has been doing extraordinary work supporting the work of the Peace and Security Council in Africa. And I recognize that not everyone has that kind of geographical proximity or even that kind of credibility that is required. But I think the idea here is to say we don't want to gaslight ourselves. We recognize that these institutions are not actually performing in ways in which we need them to perform. But we are going to work alongside and also equally create alternative efforts to ensure that we get to where we want to be. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bonolo. Dr. Chris, over to you.
Sure. In the interest of time, I'll try to be brief. But first, I want to acknowledge our brother from Sierra Leone and thank you so much for making the trip from Maryland all the way to New York City for this discussion. I mean, your point is well taken. And I think when we look back in trying to assess the impact that some of these partnerships have had on the continent in terms of strengthening democratic institutions, we would acknowledge, and there was a $400 million flashed on the board in the opening remarks, we would acknowledge that very little of those resources went to political parties. I think that was the weak link in all of the work that has been done across Africa in the past 2-3 decades. That civil society got a lot of attention because it was easier to have partnerships with them. They were mission-driven, they had a purpose. They were also very good at writing proposals and writing reports and accounting for the resources. And people just found political parties were unwieldy, difficult to work with. They don't make concessions. They don't account, they're not transparent in how they make decisions. And so I think that if we have to do it again, we would need to invest more energy in making sure that the political parties conduct themselves in ethical ways that give confidence to citizens that they actually represent their voices in the things that they do with regards to safeguarding the national interest. I think that if our political parties were to be better functioning, more transparent, more inclusive of youth and women, the people that would then get elected from political parties into parliaments would perform the same way. The people that then get elected from political parties to lead countries would also perform the same way. And I think that's one area in which we will have to invest. And the example of what you're struggling with in Sierra Leone is very telling. I would also say that the question with regards to investing in civil society for advocacy, that is paid off. And we see that, unfortunately, in some countries, those partnerships that we talked about tend to dwindle down once an election is over. And then they show up again when the next election is coming up. And that's not a healthy way to really sustain a partnership for the duration. And we've seen that in some countries where civil society has gotten the support and the energy to conduct advocacy and to build bridges and synergies with other stakeholders in parliaments or in the executive branch of government, that has produced results. If I take the example of Nigeria again, we saw that not too young to run was an initiative undertaken by civil society and young Nigerians who wanted a seat at the table and who felt that the constitutional limitations with regards to age did not allow for young people to get elected into office. And they undertook a campaign. And this advocacy campaign actually paid off because Nigeria then had a constitutional amendment which reduced the age requirement to be elected president or to be elected member of the National Assembly. And we've seen some progress in that regard. Right now, there are young people in Nigeria with civil society organizations advocating for electoral reform. And they're doing this with members of parliament. To the credit of the National Assembly is providing openings and platforms for these representatives of civil society organizations to participate in hearings across the 36 states of the Federation and to be able to have their input integrated into the reform discussions within the National Assembly. So I think every time that we can support civil society and then help build those bridges with other stakeholders, we're likely to have more impact in the countries in which we work. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bonolo and Dr. Chris. We're coming towards the end of the panel. We have less than 10 minutes, but we've had quite a good number of questions online. I'm going to try to run through a couple of them and allocate them with my moderating powers. And maybe we can do a bit of quick fire. The first question is coming from Mohammed Jinadu. He's in Abuja, and he's curious about the fact that the transition of the trio of Sahelian countries to military rule received somewhat of an applause from African citizens. And it's coming back to the point you made about Africa itself having a DNA of democracy. And he's asking, is this then a cultural shift in Africa? Why are Africans somewhat applauding the role of military in governance? And of course, you saw the statistics from Afrobarometer that says 61% of Africans actually trust the military, whereas for state institutions, it's all below 50%. The other question, maybe Dr. Chris, you might also take as well, is asking the question about the African Union and their role in ensuring transparency and accountability during and after elections. A good example is Nigeria. In 2023, we had the African Union and other African sub-regional bodies observe the election. They released diplomatic statements, and then thereafter, the EU released a very damning report of the elections and created some bit of issues. Can the African Union and those regional bodies play a stronger role in ensuring transparency and accountability during elections? The other question we have from Oluyemi Sonaya is asking about how we think maybe poverty and illiteracy is having an impact on the practice of democracy on the continent. Bonolo, maybe you can take that one. Is poverty and illiteracy playing a role in how democracy is practiced on the continent? And then we have another question, Bonolo, maybe this is for you as well, from Silas Odofia, who is asking ways, strategies in which civil society can actually combat suppression. Also a similar question from Nafiu from Nigeria. The last one, which either of you can take, is about the role of money in democracy. Is the role of money in politics ruining democratic practice on the continent? Dr. Chris, maybe I'll start from you and then go to Bonolo.
So thank you. The question on the military and the Sahel comes up in almost every conversation about democracy in Africa these days.
Yeah.
And I think that the Sahel scenario is kind of unique in the sense that there was a confluence of issues that came to the fore. And in my opinion, and this is my personal opinion, the military stepped forward and took advantage of those factors. When you have young people who are unemployed and who don't see a future for themselves, they're discontented with the status quo. When you have elections that are flawed, you create contestation and disaffection with the state. And when you have issues of insecurity that are widespread, then you have the military playing an oversized role, a more prominent role. And if you have unprofessional officers, it's very likely that they'll want to exploit those weaknesses within the system, those grievances for their own purpose. The paradox about it is that I believe the young people who come out, it's not because they want to live in authoritarian societies. Because while they may cheer for the military in the moment, if you ask them whether they want their rights, they will say yes. If you ask them whether they want political space to shrink, they will say no. If you ask them whether they want to have the freedom of association, the freedom to criticize their government, the freedom to create newspapers and criticize society and how they govern, they will say yes. So there's an inbuilt paradox there. And I think we need to dig deeper to see that whatever may have happened in the short term cannot be sustainable over time. Because invariably, over time, people are going to want their rights. People are going to want to have a say in how they're governed. People are going to want to elect who represents them and have the ability to change that individual if they're underperforming. The military regime doesn't give us any of that. And my sense is that in a few short years, we're going to go back to transitions in those countries, people wanting to return to civilian democratic rule. That's my opinion. And I think what's happened is short-term and needs to be redressed because those countries will need to find their way back onto the democratic path. With regards to
the African Union and how they react to election processes.
Yes, with regards to the African Union, I think you spared my co-panelist because she's working these issues from the African Union perspective. It's fair to say that for those of us who knew the Organization of African Unity, there was so much enthusiasm when the Articles of Association of the African Union were written and the African Union came into existence, because there was a feeling that the African Union would pay more attention to the well-being of African citizens than the Organization of African Unity, which was seen as a club of heads of states. I think the African Union really needs to work hard to meet the expectations of Africans, because right now those expectations are not being met. We have to be honest to ourselves. What is happening for me with regards to elections on the African continent is again what is being done by African civil society in terms of the citizen observers and the skills that they have acquired in the past 2 decades, the use of technology by Africans to monitor their own elections. I mean, we started that experiment in Sierra Leone in 1997 with a parallel vote tabulation, where we had 5 laptops and 5 iPhones. And we set up a system that allowed Sierra Leoneans to monitor their elections and to have results in real time. And now, African civil society has perfected the app. As we speak, there are elections in Malawi, had elections on Tuesday. And a coalition of Malawian civil society organizations, Chinsaku Watch, got themselves together, recruited, trained, and deployed hundreds of Malawians to monitor their own elections, using the PRVT methodology that would allow them to track election results in real time and to be able to verify the authenticity of election results that will be announced by the Electoral Commission of Malawi. That's something that Africans are doing. Right now, as we speak in Malawi, there are African experts from Zambia, the Christian Churches Monitoring Group from Zambia, from ELOC in Kenya, from NDI Nigeria, who are working with their colleagues, their counterparts in Lilongwe, to try to make sure that this system works. A few years ago, we had experts come from South Africa and from Kenya to work with Yaga in Nigeria to make sure that that process worked. The years before, we had experts from Nigeria and Ghana, Yaga Africa and Codeo in Ghana, go to Ethiopia to work with their African brothers in Ethiopia to make sure that citizens who come out in their thousands and monitor their own elections. And I think that if we continue to strengthen these initiatives by African civil society organizations, there will come a point when what is said by the EU or the African Union really wouldn't count, because citizens themselves will believe what they have done in their numbers, and they would also see the proficiency and the professionalism that's being put into these initiatives by African civil society organizations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Chris. I mean, that is a very good example of the solidarity being built across the continent among civil society. Gonolo, I'm going to be a bit strict with time with you. 2 key questions around the role of illiteracy and poverty, and of course, money in politics and how that is affecting democracy on the continent.
So let me start with the poverty question. And I think, again, I'll make an example about South Africa. So this idea of procedural democracy and substantive democracy. What South Africa has been able to do, and Dr. Chris mentioned this earlier, that even our constitution being arguably celebrated as the best constitution in the world, right? Your Freedom House, for example, have really rated South Africa to have the best formal and procedural democracy in the world, where our institutions are performing relatively well. I mean, I do quite a lot of work on elections, and every time I travel on the continent, the South African Independent Electoral Commission is always celebrated for transparency and. So there's the idea of procedural democracy and formal democracy that's working. But if we look at the quality of democracy as it's experienced by citizens, it tells us a different story. South Africa being among the top 3rd countries in the world that are unequal. And yet we have this formal democracy that seems to work. So I think we really need to think about democracy as something that citizens can experience, and it can respond to citizens' needs. Literally asking the question of how do we end poverty? Somebody asked a few weeks ago that, can democracy feed us and keep us safe? where we are not trading with the idea of freedom, that do I choose freedom or bread, or do I choose bread and freedom? Democracy says you can have freedom and bread. So I think we really need to think about how democracy is not just a procedural idea, but substantive one where the quality as it's experienced by citizens. It's one that's helpful. I'm not sure if I have the right answers for the one around money, especially given that I need money to pay my salary and those that work for me, considering what's happening at the moment. But I think also, you know, as a just simply to say, also money speaks to who holds the power behind the throne and how the agenda of the work that we do is influenced. And I know this may be a problematic thing to say, but I think the shift that has happened at the beginning of this year with some of the changes around funding, it really calls us as Africans to also really think about creative ways of funding the work that we do, or else we wouldn't be here where some of us are not even sure if we're going to have a job next year. So yeah, I think we really need to think about ways in which we creatively and very intentionally fund work that we do without expecting external forces to do that. Because then there's conversations around, you know, aid conditionalities and but that's not a conversation we're having. So yeah, I'll leave it at that.
Thank you very much. Please let's put hands together for them. We're coming. Yes, we're coming to the closing remarks now. I'm going to be strict with a minute-ish. And I'm hoping that we can be a bit future looking. When you look at the forms of cooperation for democracy on the continent, as you close, where do you think we're heading? Where do you think we should be heading in 1 minute?
In 1 minute, I would say we need to reinforce the South-South collaboration because the know-how is there, the habits are there, the familiarity with the context is there, and we need to reinforce the South-South collaboration. We also need to reach out to 51% of the African population. That's the women. For me, that's really the future of the continent. And I'm really delighted to see that in the past few years, we're seeing more and more women running for public office. We now have just recently a woman president elected in Namibia, deputy president a woman, and 60% of the cabinet women, and they're doing very well. We have a woman president in Tanzania. We have others running for elections in Cote d'Ivoire and Malawi. And I think that if we can bring the women into the fold, or if we can create opportunities, not bring them, you know, it's not condescending, but if we can open up the barriers and let them participate fully in our governance, the statistics show that when women lead, performance is higher and better. Yeah. If we can bring our women and youth, I think the future is going to be very bright. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Chris. Bonolo, 1 minute.
I think we could also think about moving beyond elite level, you know, engagement, where really, as we reimagine these continental frameworks, it's not a top-down policy approach where conversations not just happen in Abuja, in Gaborone, in Arusha, in Addis Ababa, where actually conversations happen where the people are. And to that point I made earlier of the dignity of agency, which then speaks to the ethics of listening, the ethics of hearing, and the ethics of feeling. And we do that actively if we take dialogues to where the people are. So I think we must take our power as well from Addis, from Arusha, from Abuja, from Gaborone, and take the conversations to where the people are as we figure it out as a collective.
Thank you very much. Well, we've just gone 5 minutes past the hour, so we're bringing it to a close. I want to say thank you so much for all the very interesting conversations with panelists. I started up with Fela, so I want to end with Fela as well. One of the very lovely songs I love about Fela is the song he sang where he said, in Africa, monkey they walk, baboon they chop. Basically means that the citizens do all the work, the voting, the advocacy, the political leaders enjoy all the benefits. And I guess the framework we're discussing today is to see a democracy that works not just for the leaders, but for the followers ourselves. So when they work, they can also shop. So thank you so much. I'm looking forward to their panels today. And we're going to take a quick photograph and we'll leave the stage to you. Thank you very much.
Please, let's clap our hands together once again for our brilliant panelists. Thank you very much. Thank you. Mr. Idowu.
Kola, do you want to join us?
Thank you.
All right, a round of applause for them once again. Thank you very much. Thank you. Well, just before we move on to our second panel session today, we'll just take a short, contribution, like a thought from one of Africa's finest, joining us right here live in this auditorium this morning, Dr. Obiageli Ezekwesili, former Vice President of the World Bank Africa Region, one of the co-founders and pioneer directors of Transparency International. She is a former Minister of Education in Nigeria, also served as a Minister of Solid Minerals. Dr. Ezekwesili is the founder and chairperson of the board of the School of Politics, Policy and Governance, the SPPG, Abuja, Nigeria. Please join me, welcome Dr. Ezekwesili, just to share our thoughts on this just concluded panel session. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. You know, sometimes you just become a sacrificial lamb. That's exactly what I am this morning. I was told by my dearest Dr. Abiola Akiode Afolabi that she's going to be on this panel, and she would be really glad if I would come and listen to her. And as I normally do with those I am immensely fond of, I find a space in my schedule, no matter how hectic it gets. And I said, okay, Abi, I would come. And I quietly went and sat there, only to be told, you have to share a few words. And I'm thinking, how did I go from coming to chair lead for Abi to becoming someone who is sharing a few words? And that's exactly what I'll try and do. I have to tell you that the first thing I did this morning had to do with conversations on democracy. One of the global institutions trying to set up an international fellows program on democracy, and want me to be on one of the jurors on their panel. And you could just hear the lamentation that was going on about democracy. So when you gathered here and you're discussing this, you're not alone. The truth is that democracy is almost becoming an orphan. Neither being parented by those who really should be at the center of democracy, the citizens. The citizens are discontent with democracy, and so they are almost saying, please, don't talk about democracy. It has failed us. Then the ones who are supposed to use their democratic powers and authority to do right are also, lost in the exercise of the powers that democracy conveys to them. And so here we are with a legitimacy crisis for democracy. And the truth is, no matter how you look at it, nobody else can fix democracy other than the citizens. Democracy belongs to the citizens. And so as you talk about strengthening it on our continent, I think that this is the kind of conversation that hopefully will be mainstream and will be something of knowledge for the larger majority of politically illiterate people on our continent, politically illiterate, because political literacy would have enabled us to actually safeguard our democracy better than we've done. People vote on election day and just go away, trusting that those that supposedly won the elections would do right by them. But we have seen that that has not been the case. Now, can democracy work on our continent? Yes, it can, but there are prior conditions that would make democracy work.
And we know that everything that's got to do with elections and pluralism in the process of elections, everything that's got to do with citizens' participation, functional governments, and all the other aspects of it where people say, what has democracy done for us lately? Are questions that are legitimate. And answering those questions would be the start-off point. I don't think I would distrust anybody who comes out and says to me that, if you did this and you did that and you did that, you would fix democracy. I think that, we're in a season of inquiry. And it's right that for 75 years, a number of countries were at peace with their democratic process. And suddenly it is unraveling, even in the bastion of democracy that we know the United States to be. I keep saying to my friends, the Americans now we're going to send some, technical assistance to them because, frankly speaking, when you look at the democracy index of The Economist, and you see how the United States has fallen in the category of flawed democracies. My country, Nigeria, is in the category of hybrid democracies because the Economist ranks democracies and clusters them full democracies. Number one, there are just about 25, countries that qualify in that category. And then it has what it calls the flawed democracies. And then it has the category of the hybrid democracies. And then it has totalitarian. You couldn't call that a democracy. So totalitarian regimes. Now, if we are in hybrid democracy, neither a democracy nor a totalitarian regime, it's such a terrible place to be. It doesn't, and by the way, Nigeria is the second to last country in that category, meaning that we're just, the tenterhooks are just holding us from slipping into authoritarian regimes. And a lot of the African countries come in the hybrid democracy category, with only Nigeria scores a 4 out of a possible 10. The highest scoring country in Africa is Mauritius with an 8 out of a possible 10. And when you look at Afrobarometer's own work on, producing data around democracy, you still find, interestingly, that majority of Africans say we would rather stay with democracy than of governance. Yet, when it comes to has the democracy delivered, then you see only 37% or thereabouts say it has, it has met with my expectation. That is such a poor score. So clearly, ladies and gentlemen, we do need to fix our condition. Because the truth is, without fixing democracy and realizing the important institutions, especially the institutions that are underpinned by the rule of law, we're not going to have the kind of economic context that would give us the prosperity that is eluding our continent. It is this lack of growth and prosperity that really making citizens question democracy and say, okay, you told us that military rule is tough and it doesn't deliver. But here we are, we've practiced democracy for, at least in the case of Nigeria now, 25 years uninterrupted democracy now? By October, yes, 25 years. And citizens are saying, okay, especially the Gen Zs who did not know the military rule. They woke up to democracy. And so they are saying, where are the goods promised by democracy? We have to fix democracy. Because, frankly speaking, when I hear people say, oh, there are these other models, maybe what we need to try, I say, we really actually haven't practiced democracy properly, so-called. It is wrong to say democracy has not worked in Africa when the principles and the practice There's the principle of democracy and there's the practice of democracy. Neither of the two have we seen in their fullness on our continent. So we can't then disavow democracy simply because we have practiced democracy in the breach, and the distortions have created impediments to our realizing the benefits of political freedom that then ushers in economic freedom, and economic freedom that enables us to maximize our possibilities, our innovations, and then produce really good outcomes of prosperity for as many people as possible. So I think I have shared my own little thoughts on this, and I take it back to you that, look, we've got to tone down the language that we speak about democracy, because the larger majority of people with political to understand. And as much as I am one who, on God I trust, but every other person must bring data. The data will mean nothing to the people if you do not story tell with that data in a way that connects with their daily experience of our so-called democratic societies. I thank you.
Cecily, thank you. All right, we now shift to our second conversation, the second panel session of today. And this panel session will be on securing civic freedoms amid security challenges, building forward together. And this panel session aims to explore the complex relationship between security and civic freedoms, focusing on strategies to protect and promote fundamental rights and growing security challenges. The objective of this session is to discuss innovative approaches, to share best practices, and identify solutions for balancing security concerns with the protection of civic freedoms, ultimately building a more resilient and inclusive society. Well, to moderate this session will be Oluwafemi John Adebayo, who is the head of research and strategy at Kimpact Development Initiative, KDI. Oluwafemi John Adebayo is a democracy data analyst and researcher with a strong track record in democratic accountability, civic space, protest analysis, and civic technology. He leads the research and strategy unit at Kimpact Development Initiative, KDI, where his work focuses on building data-informed civic interventions, establishing an early warning system in elections, shaping citizen oversight on the electoral justice system, and strengthening democratic resilience in Nigeria and West Africa. Oluwafemi leads KDI's work on the Inspires program, a civic intervention which investigates the intersection of insecurity and civic space repression in Nigeria and Africa by extension. Using predictive modeling, he has developed scenarios showing how government responses to insecurity could shape civil liberties over the next 5 years. Femi also played a leading role in documenting and analyzing the trajectory of protest in Nigeria from the 1920s to the present, identifying the structural conditions under which citizen mobilization succeeds or fails, and applying these insights to support more resilient mobilizations. With the most recent hashtag #EndSARS and hashtag #EndBadGovernance protests, Oluwafemi, through citizen-led tracking and real-time sentiment analysis, provided evidence that helped activists and civil society groups adapt their messaging and maintain civic energy. His broader portfolio includes electoral security monitoring, campaign finance accountability, and civic engagement, working with international, local democratic institutions to develop tools that support accountability, citizen engagement, and his research informs legislative advocacy, judicial monitoring, and political inclusion strategies that reach decision makers and grassroots communities alike. Ladies and gentlemen, Oluwafemi John Adebayo to moderate this session. Thank you very much.
Oh my God, thank you so much. All right, I think we'll just dive into the conversation. I feel that was a setup, but it's fine. All right, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. All right, I think the African story is just so unique, and there is quite a lot that have been said the first panel. Conversations that span, around some of the things that we need to do differently. And I also hear stories a lot around some of the things that we're doing as Africans that also what, emulating by the global society. But really, one of the important part of this is the conversation around civic space. I think most importantly, it's important to let us know that maybe safe to say that it's currently under siege. Not only actually from the authoritarian regime, but also from the very well-structured, democratically elected government. And in most cases, it's a conversation around trying to talk about national security. And eventually, when we bring the conversation on national security, we all know that it then comes to bear that civic liberties, especially that of assembly, communication, even press freedom sometimes, put at the backside. So protester ban, arbitrary arrest, as increasingly rationalized in the name of peace. As terrorism in some part of Africa and armed conflict escalate, the line between protection and repression blurred dangerously. If we all look at the Civic Corps data on the civic space very recently, 80% of the African countries classified as closed, repressed, and obstructed. In Nigeria, between 2015 and 2023 alone, nearly 600 documented incidents of state repression targeted protest, journalists, and civil society organizations. Similar pattern also occurred in Sudan, countries like Ethiopia, Cameroon, and Burkina Faso, where security-driven governance often sideline democratic reforms. But really, I personally believe that security and freedom are not mutually exclusive. In fact, I think one cannot survive without the other. That's the way I see it. But I think mine is not to judge that. We have panelists that have so much of experience also in this that will also be breaking this down further. And I think please join me to also bring to the podium someone that has also been in the security space for a period of time, in person of the distinguished Senator Haba Moro, the minority leader of the Third Assembly. Comrade distinguished Senator Haba Moro was born on the 3rd of July 1958 in Ubokolo in Benue State, Nigeria. He holds a BSc and MSc in Political Science from the University of Lagos and MPA from the University of Nigeria, Nsukka, and a PhD in Leadership and Strategic Studies from the Nigerian Defense Academy. He began his career as a lecturer in the Benue State Polytechnic, where he became dean and the national president of POSAN. Distinguished Senator Haba Moro served as a chairman of the local government where he's from, Opuko, in Benue State. I just hope I called that correctly. And a pro-chancellor of 2 federal universities. In 2021, he was appointed Minister of Interior by the former president, Goodluck Jonathan. And as the Minister of Interior, he is in charge of the internal security of the country, Nigeria. And of course, in 2019 and re-elected in 2023, as into the Nigerian Senate, he shared the Committee on Federal Characters, while in the 10th Senate, he became the Senate Minority Leader in November 2023. Please, ladies and gentlemen, please join me as I welcome Distinguished Senator Haba Moro to join the panel. Thank you so much, Distinguished Senator, for coming. And of course, to join Distinguished Senator Haba Moro also is also someone that I've worked a whole lot in the security sector, most especially in data gathering. That is in person of Peter Boffin, the Southeast African Senior Analyst of the Hacklet. Peter Boffin is the Southeast African Senior Analyst of Hacklet, focusing on the Cabo Ligado Conflict Observatory from northern Mozambique. In this capacity, is responsible for managing production of the project, bi-weekly update after gathering data, and of course, monthly report, leading collaboration with partners and engaging key stakeholders in Mozambique and elsewhere. He has worked with government, the private sector, civil society, and the media to better understand the East African polities and institutions. He has worked in different sectors, the civil society. He has done a lot on political economy, and of course, in terms of conflict and data gathering in the northern part of Africa. Please, ladies and gentlemen, join me welcome Peter to join the panel conversation. Thank you. Yeah, and of course, to join us right on this podium or at the stage is someone that when I first heard about her, the very first thing is she's part of the people that actually was very vocal and very interested when the issue around the Chibok girls happened sometimes in Nigeria about a decade or more. That's the first narrative I heard about her, and it was very instructive for someone like me. And for the fact that she has also over time gone into conversations around that, and of course, in terms of equality, that's no other person other than Ade Bukola, popularly called Buki Shonibare. Buki, she's the executive director of the Invictus Africa, a social enterprise that promotes human rights and addresses gender equality through data-driven, evidence-based advocacy, legal and policy review, and capacity development. Buki is actively involved in many campaigns and advocacy aimed at advancing human rights, gender equality, free, safe, and quality basic education, and of course, peace and security. She holds a first-class degree in law from the Base University, Nigeria, and first-class bachelor's degree in business administration from the SMC University, Switzerland. She also has a master's in law degree in international law and development from the University of Nottingham, UK, and also a master's degree in managing peace and security in Africa from Addis Ababa University. Buki is the 2021 Ford Global Fellow and Oxford Commonwealth Scholar, a Developing Solutions Scholar, and a Mandela Washington Fellow. Please, ladies and gentlemen, join me welcome Buki to be part of the conversation. All right, I will just dive into the conversation, and most importantly for us to also manage time critically. I think when we spoke about this panel, the panel talking about how we need to secure or securing civic freedom amid security challenges. How do we build forward together? I think the conversation, it's very important because the section in itself will actually explore the delicate balance that we all seek for between the security imperative and the need to protect the civic space in Africa. When we sent out this, the invitation and you received, the letter for this panel conversation, I so much believe that there is a lot of things running through your mind. Where is this headed? But it's I think it's very important to just hear the opening statement from all the panelists. What are the thoughts? The whole understanding of this is we are looking for a delicate balance. How do we balance civic space and the security imperative around, national security in the African continent? I would then start with the distinguished senator, Abamoro, to just give your opening statement regarding or your thought around this panel title. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I greet you all. And I want to say that today I'm aware that I'm a panelist. Because when I got this invitation, quite frankly, I made frantic efforts to find out what my role would be, whether I was going to speak, or I was going to be a member of whatever. And the impression I was given was that none of the above. But you have read very kindly, very generously, read through my CV, and I think I will be unfair to myself and even to you that have invited me if I say I don't have a thought on what you have read out to me. As a Minister of Interior, apparently is charged with the responsibility of managing the internal security of Nigeria, and as somebody who has been around for quite some time, I think I'm in a good position to kind of give a thought on the interplay between managing the civil space and, of course, internal security. And I want to say straight away that internal security and managing the civic space are not competing, but complementary activities, so to say. And in that regard, one becomes the necessary ingredients, the necessary foundation for achieving the other. Because there is no democracy that can flourish without internal security, without security. And at the same time, a secure environment without the civic freedom certainly is not security enough. And so I want to say that there is a very urgent need to put the two and two together for them to work for each other, for society to benefit from democracy. And that is exactly what I think it is that we must address. Because to an extent, the pursuit of security has impugned on the desirability of civil society and peace. And so I want to think that if we must achieve results, then we must work towards attaining civil liberty amidst the security concern that we have, and not use one to undermine the other. Because essentially, even at the very basics of democracy at the local level, you find instances where insecurity becomes an excuse for suppressing civil liberty. And so, can we walk free? Can we even go to church with a feeling of a level of freedom? Can we walk the streets feeling that we are secure? Can we try to exercise our basic rights without fear of suppression? And can we boastfully say now, as we want to, that our constitutions and our regulations are the foundations and the defense of our civic liberty? So these are the questions that continue to bog our minds. And unfortunately, we find it very difficult, even at the moment, across Africa, and particularly Nigeria, to attain the basic benefits of securing our civic space without necessarily undermining the very tenets of democracy. And I think that it has become increasingly imperative that we must work towards ensuring that we achieve these two ends, because they make for the attainment of a prosperous society. And so for now, that is what I think should be our guiding spirit as we continue this conversation, to attain some level of security, marrying it along with managing the civic space. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Senator. And of course, thank you for obliging us. I think also from our hand, we reached out a couple of times, but I think we just need to move. Buki, what's your thought around this?
Thank you so much. But I must first thank KDI for this platform and this opportunity. Thank you for inviting me. I must also really acknowledge my seniors and my ogas in the room. Dr. Obi, thank you so much, Dr. Abiola. And I can also see Rotimi Ashemiye in the room. Please permit me to recognize those that I know, not just in terms of the work that is happening on the field in Nigeria, but also in leading a lot of the reforms that we see in relation to the civic space. There were three things that I was going to say initially. One, I would not say because you have embedded it in your opening remarks, which is about the data, particularly the civicus data. But I won't touch on that, but I will speak on two things. First, legal frameworks. And I'm talking about legal frameworks, not just at the international level, but also at the regional level and at the national level. And that is to say that everything we talk about in terms of our expectations regarding the civic space, they are nothing that are based on just our ideas or things that we just feel should be happening. They are things that over time, society has come together and these things have been codified, whether in our national laws, our international laws, and our regional laws. And example of it is, the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. In 2023, we have the resolution of the African Charter called the Resolution 563, which basically focuses on protecting civic space, but particularly online civic space. And we'll talk more about that as we go on. But the last thing, the main thing that I want to talk about, which is the second thing, is that during the Bring Back Our Girls campaign, there was a lot of attacks that we faced. One in particularly stood out for me. It was May of that particular year. And what happened was the Nigerian government had deployed policemen to the Unity Fountain where we used to meet. And they came there and they beat us. There are pictures of it online. One of those pictures is a picture of Dr. Obi tying a red scarf and sitting on the floor. But the instructive thing about that day was the fact that there were policemen that were standing around us while we were being beaten. The other thing that happened, which I will use to anchor my last point, is that the Nigerian government banned the Bring Back Our Girls campaign on the basis of the fact that we were a threat to national security. And so we sued. Femi Falana SAN represented us. And I'm anchoring my point on that. To say that in dire situations of security, national security, public health, what the government of many African countries that we are seeing, even beyond African countries, is that they use the anchor of national security, public health, public policy, security defense as reason to restrict the civic space or to restrict the exercise of our fundamental rights. Now, Section 45 of Nigerian Constitution allows the government to restrict fundamental rights. So if you look at the Nigerian Constitution, there is a chapter 2, which are policy imperatives, And then there is the chapter 4, which are our human rights. If you look at section 45, and permit me to read it, and I will anchor my final point on that. It says that nothing in sections 37, 38, 39, 40, and 41, I will not mention each of those, they are related to things that we are talking about, of this constitution, nothing shall invalidate any law that is reasonably justified in a democratic society. Now, the excuse or the reasons, in the interest of defense, public safety, public order, public morality, or public health. But he didn't just stop there. He then gave the conditions for it. And those are the conditions that we constantly see government forget. It says that for the purpose of protecting the rights and freedom of other people, and then these conditions are one, legality. So even when the government says that you cannot come out to exercise your fundamental rights, such as the right to assemble, or the right to expression, or the right of freedom, we saw a lot of that even happen when Daniel Ojukwu, a journalist, for those who didn't follow the story, when Daniel Ojukwu was unlawfully abducted by the Nigerian police. I would not say arrest because he was just taken on the street. Don't do any correction. But use legality, Now, the condition of legality is saying that any restriction of our rights to assemble, to express, must be grounded in law. The second thing is legitimacy, that there must be a legitimate aim, that the protection of national security, public order must be properly defined and recognized by law. The third one is proportionality, basically saying don't use a sledgehammer to kill an ant. So the Twitter ban of 2021, I believe, for many months, can we say that is proportionate to the aim that was being sought? And then finally is the principle of necessity. Is it really necessary to say that people should not come out to protest or people should not come out to talk? So I gave this as my anchor point because those are the reasons that not just African government, but even government in our different nations use as excuse, yet they are not grounded in law. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Buki. I think the Distinguished Senator and Buki had raised a lot of questions that I believe they will answer Oh, Distinguished Senator and Buki. All right. But I believe all of these questions being raised will be answered as we progress on this panel section. So let's quickly move to Peter. Just in a bit of minute, what's your opening reflection regarding this?
Right. Thank you, Femi, and thank you, Kimpact, for inviting ACLED to this important event. I work with ACLED, Armed Conflict Location Event Data, and we gather and process and categorize information about political violence events, demonstrations, and protest in every country in the world at this point. And like everyone else in the wider civil society community, we're facing sort of a bit of a crisis in with the way that things have changed so much in recent months, particularly since February. But when I went back to look at the relevant data that we have for this this event, it was very clear, and something I had suspected, that it's just a phenomenon that really started some years ago is just beginning to speed up now. The change has become a lot faster, but you could see this in our data. I went to two data sets that we have recently published, one on repression and one on foreign military engagement. And in these remarks, I'll just concentrate on the repression data for Africa. But for repression, we're looking at all events where state forces, usually the police or the army, are targeting civilians in some way across a whole range of different types of event, abductions or forced disappearances of political figures, or police firing on a protest, for example, or just a peaceful or police firing on a protest, or the targeting of civilians in counterinsurgency operations. They're the typical types of events that you see. And the trend for the continent has just been upwards since 2020, which is the year that particular database starts. It's upward in terms of events, and it's upwards in terms of fatalities within those events. And that's really quite alarming. And we're seeing, I looked at a couple of countries I know quite well, the first one being Tanzania, where most of my professional work has been on Tanzania over the last 20 years. And we saw a sort of evidence of learning within the system in terms of repression, where in 2017, there was a proto-insurgency in Tanzania. The state targeted those that suspected of being involved in the insurgency with abductions, forced disappearance, killings, some confirmed killings, others suspected. A serious spike in 2017 of events that lasted maybe just 3 or 4 months. And then once the ruling party would realize that was under increasing political pressure from particularly in the 2015 election, you saw abduction and forced disappearances being used increasingly from 2019 in particular, and increasing every year from 2019 until now, targeting primarily opposition activists, opposition political operators, and some civil society activists. So that's alarming. The other element of the data is that each year is driven by an election or some contest for political power in a particular country. So 2022 it was driven by Sudan. 2024 it was tax protests in Kenya and post-election violence in Mozambique that drives these issues. The problem with the pressures that we are under now is that organizations that are ACLED, we can adapt our operations to sustain ourselves through this period. It's much harder for the networks of activist groups and civil society organizations that track the data, often in very ad hoc means. So, for example, the way that abductions were monitored during the Kenya tax protests was not funded by any outside organization, but was implemented by organizations that depend on long-term funding to maintain themselves, and then they're able to activate the networks and the relationships they have in communities to closely monitor behavior of states during that period. Similar in Mozambique, where the platform Decide was sort of critical in turning the data that people were gathering into sort of storytelling that can help actually move forward conversations around democratization. But with the situation we're in now, where we're all facing staggering funding challenges, it's going to become more and more difficult to maintain that.
Yeah, thank you so much, Peter. I think I'll back to you much later on the conversation on the conversation around data gathering and the capacity of civil society to use data to mitigate some of this. You can be gathering your thought, but I think I want to move to Buki. You raised a whole lot of important points around legal frameworks. You raised a lot around something around online spaces. So just a very straightforward question around your work that intersect between women's rights and, of course, the issues around legal and policy review. There's so much conversation around this balance. What do you think actors, government, civil society can do differently? I just want us to be forward-looking as we continue this conversation. Most especially from your experience, what do you think the government, civil society, citizens can do?
Thank you. I think I want to look at that from 3 different angles, in terms of the planning, in terms of prevention, and in terms of response, using a gender lens. And that is because I I mean, we don't need to overstate the fact that when there are repressions, certain people are disproportionately affected because of their unique and intersecting identities. Unique and intersecting vulnerable identities. And there we're talking about women, we're talking about children, we're talking about persons with disabilities. And then we're talking about people, even sometimes from ethnic minority groups, young people also sometimes. So in terms of planning, I think one thing that really needs to be done differently is in the way we plan, for responding or for anticipating a lot of the security issues that we have, or a lot of the things that happen during crackdowns or, abuse of human rights. And by planning, I mean that we should use a gender lens. A gender lens that recognizes these different groupings that I've talked about. And I think also that is where gender data comes in, where we also use gender data to analyze a lot of those things. Then the preventative measures is then based on that, gendered planning. And then finally making sure that, response is done based on, on that gendered planning we have done, the preventive measures that have been put in place. But the last point I want to make on that is something that that ECOWAS did post the, not just the abduction of the Chibok girls sort of like opened the eyes of the world to the enormity of the Boko Haram insurgency. Other than that, boys were being abducted and conscripted. Let's even move beyond the insurgency that happened. We've seen the bad governance protest that happened in Nigeria, the NSAS, that also happened in Nigeria. And one of the things that we have seen in all of that is that there has to be sort of like a shift in the way both government and the people look at those things. On the government side, government really needs to be looking at civil society actors not as enemies, but as co-partners in this work that we're trying to do. In a lot of the work that I have led or have been part of, we have made sure that at least to a large extent, we can have that seat at the table. But when the other side looks at you as civil society, so it becomes a us versus them. So I think in that posture, we need to change, but also on our side as civil society, we also need to see ourselves as partners in this work of trying to, drive a more inclusive and a gender equal society.
Thank you so much, Buki. I think just to go to the district senator, just a very quick question, and at the risk of, trying to put you on the spot, right? Just let you know that Nigeria Public Order Act is still 1959. But as senator and a long-serving one, I believe that the legislature or the legal framework around this. I'm just asking, in terms of the legal system, to be able to get this balance.
Well, I had said this in the beginning on the necessary constitutional and legislative frameworks that can aid what we're talking about here. And I want to say here, therefore, that the National Assembly is in the continuous process of amending our constitution, amending our regulations to reflect existing modern realities, no doubt about it. And of course, I want you to understand the fact that we cannot in a single swoop amend all the aspects of the Constitution that require some level of modernity and all that. And so I just want to insist that all of us, civil society organizations, individuals and groups, have roles to play around the whole process of establishing the grand norm that is required to regulate our lives and, of course, provide for our democracy and, of course, protecting the civic space. But let me say that in the context of Nigeria, it is really, really, really not the absence of necessary legal frameworks that is responsible for where we are today. It's just simply the fact of the implementation of these regulations in breach, the lack of good governance that has made us where we are today. And if you reflect back, I think shortly after exiting office in 2015, I had reason to push out a narrative of the Save Nigeria group, the civil society organizations going to sleep so soon. Because all of a sudden, after the exit of the administration in 2015, nobody was hearing about Save Nigeria group again. Nobody was hearing about all these other protests that we're talking about. And so I am here just to talk on what I know as Abba Moro and a senator representing a section of the country. I'm not here as a mouthpiece of government, but I think that if we must save ourselves, virtually all of us endangered species, from the emerging totalitarian system that we are seeing, then we must all rise up to the occasion and be very passionately dispassionate about how we push out narratives about what is on ground. And of course, I have my sympathy for gender sensibilities here and there. But I think that, like they say, if you seek the kingdom of God first, all other things will add up. And so if we push out the requirement of good governance, because if you come from that part of the world that I come from now, you will be sorry for where we find ourselves today, because I think that we have no reason to be where we are now in the face of this extreme poverty of everything that we have, poverty of mindset, poverty of mental approach to issues, poverty of the pocket, name it, whatever level of poverty. I think that is what has kept us where we are. And I think that for some of us, very unfortunately, who are in government now, we are culpable, we are responsible for where we are. But I think the responsibility of situating our security imperatives and managing our civic space for the enforcement, for the exercise and enforcement of civic responsibility and fundamental right is the responsibility of all of us.
Thank you so much, Senator. Peter, I'll be coming back to you, but I just want you to use that question to wrap. But of course, I have to go to the audience if there are questions. But the question to you is basically, just gather your thought. I need to move to the audience, then come back to you. The question is basically around how civil society can also work differently with data and information that is available. I think at this point is just to seat the microphone to the room if there are any questions, reflections from the room. Okay. I've been told also that currently we have over 70 participants also participating virtually. And there has been questions, flying on the chat box, which I think anyone can actually answer the question, but please, as part of your final thought. Maybe I think I would throw this to the district senator. Peter, the other question, you use it as your final thought, just wrap up. And I believe that Buki have a whole lot to say regarding some of the things. So you use that as your final thought. So the question is this to the district senator. How can we, okay then. Okay, you have a question? Okay, please. Just quick, real quick.
Hi, my name is Michael Onsando, and I work for an organization called Busara. We're from Kenya. And you mentioned, Buki, you mentioned that the government and the civil organizations need to stop seeing each other as enemies. And some of the work we've done in the CSO space is trying to help CSOs like update their messaging and stuff. But like, my question is, what do you think are some of the mechanisms that can be used for this to happen? Because we do know naturally, even from the kind of topics where we're handling and kind of approach to handling those topics, what are kind of the mechanisms that can be used to enable these relationships to be strengthened? Because it seems that they're naturally sometimes on opposing sides.
Thank you so much. Okay, I think that question is for you. My question was supposed to go to the district senator, but I think he's an active player regarding the question. The question is, how can we hold politicians accountable? Because this participant, Dr. Stephen Okore from Nigeria, believes that elections is also important. So he's just looking at how election-related violence come into this and how can we mitigate it to strengthen credible participation in the electoral process. I know, District Senator, you're an active player in this. You can also chime in on this. But where do I start now? I think let me start from Peter. Right.
In terms of the original question around civic
So the
space.
question is, what can civil society do differently with the information, the data that is, all available to us?
Right. The first thing I'd say in response to that is that firstly, we need to recognize that the era we're living in, the era we are living in, things are changing very fast. And we need to recognize that, as the founder of ACLED told us the other day, that there is no global responsibility around issues around conflict, around democratization, around the fate of victims or mitigation. There is none. So we're kind of on our own now. And activists, politicians, governments, security forces need to somehow, through quite difficult processes, deal with these issues themselves, primarily at country level, but there's regional issues I won't go into now. I would look at it slightly positively from the Mozambique experience, and looking back over the last 10 months, that's difficult. You had historically high levels of political violence after the election in Mozambique from October 2024 right through to February. 200 to 300 people dead, levels of protest unseen in Mozambique, and the response driving the repression data across the continent. It was Mozambique driving it for that year. What I think we have seen is that I think we can recognize that there was some driving of the violence by opposition that needs to be recognized, and that was recognized by at least one significant opposition political leader. That the violence that we were seeing was often down to choices made by opposition political leaders as to how they were going to protest. But since February, there's been, I think, a tangible improvement in the atmosphere, a tangible improvement in the type of language used by political leaders on both sides, and certain steps taken by the state, limited levels of accountability towards some people responsible for that violence, and a recognition of the weaknesses within the security forces that they need to address to try and avoid those type of outcomes again. And civil society will have a key role to play in that. As I said earlier, the storytelling that emerged around the violence that happened in Mozambique then wasn't based on our data. It was based on data from an organization called Plataforma de Side, who did a fantastic job in mobilizing ad hoc networks to gather that data. So it'll be a case of civil society feeling its way through very complex situations with political leaders, with security forces and governments.
Thank you so much, Peter. I think real quick, Buki, the answer to the question and also your final thought on this.
Thank you. Thanks for that question. I'll start with the question, then give my final thoughts. that question you asked is also something I've asked myself many times, not just as a human rights advocate, but that as someone who constantly wants to see how best that we can work together across board, especially because no matter how powerful we are as civil society, we cannot do many things, right? We don't have the wherewithal, we don't have the resources that the government is mandated to use to better the lives of citizens. So that question is something I've asked myself many times, but these are the answers that I've given myself along three things. First is the recognition that in advocating for things that you want from the government, you can do it through three ways: confrontationally, collaboratively, or a mix of both. Now, when we look at data and past experience, confrontation has helped us to achieve a lot of things, right? Whether we like it or not. Sometimes some people will not shift unless you are right in their faces, even if they put a gun to your head. So confrontation. There are times that confrontation work, and there are times that confrontations don't work. The second one is collaborative. Now, collaborative sounds nice, but it doesn't work all the time. Collaborative means that seat at the table that we always talk about. But there are times that confrontation is what works in place of collaboration. And there are times that if you do confrontation in place of collaborativeness, you will not achieve results. The third one is a mix of both. Because of time, I can't begin to reel out examples. Where the work is for us to know where to use confrontation, collaboration, or a mix of both. The second thing for me would be trust. Trust by us as civil society and trust by the government to civil society. If we don't trust ourselves across board, once we open the door and come into the table, you will say these people have come again. And so you will not listen to anything we have to say because you believe that these civil society people, especially those of us that are fighting on gender issues, they will say we have come again, we women and our wahala. Are you Nigerian? No, I'll tell you wahala. Or ask those people behind you. They will say you people have come again. So there has to be trust. And the last thing is our mindset. We really need to shift the way we think about governance, the way governance thinks about civil society. It rests on the point that I made about trust, but trust will not happen if our minds don't shift. Those are my points on that. My final concluding point based on the question that you asked is that, and is in response to some of the things that the distinguished senator has talked about, that a lot of times when we push for specific gender issues, it is because history has shown that women have been disproportionately affected by many things and marginalized. When you talk about gender-based violence, we've seen more women, experiencing gender-based violence. It doesn't mean that men don't experience gender-based violence, but data shows that more women experience it. When you look at issues around women's health, women's economic empowerment, women's political representation, I mean, data shows right now that out of all the 54 African countries, Nigeria has the least 3.7% representation in our national parliament. And so when we push for gender-specific bills, such as the reserve seat bill that is currently on the floor of the House, and I hope that with this we can also, squeeze the neck of the distinguished senator to go back and please, make sure that when this bill comes up on the floor that it is passed. When we push for such bills, we are not pushing for them sentimentally. We are pushing for them not just because data shows it, but because reality shows it. We can't have 109 senators and only 4 are women. In fact, it's 3.5 now. In fact, the one that is that half, we don't know where a leg is. We can't have that. That is a minimal representation. In the House, we have just about 50-something women out of 360 members. State houses of assembly, we have 14 in the House and 50-something in the state houses of assembly. As a matter of fact, 14 states in Nigeria currently do not have any female in the House of Assembly. So when we push for those gender-specific bills, it is because we know that until we adopt some measures, we will not achieve parity. And those measures, such as the reserve seat bill, they are temporary. It's a temporary special measure that seeks to correct an historic wrong. And when that historic wrong has been corrected, we can remove the bill. For this bill, for instance, is just for 4 election cycles. So the point is this, finally, that in everything that we do, in achieving that balance, we must always use, and that's what I want to leave you with, no matter how much I talk, we must also always use the human rights principle of PANTA, participation of different groups of people, accountability, non-discrimination, transparency, human dignity, empowerment, and the rule of law where everyone is equal before the law. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Buki. Distinguished Senator, your final thought, final conversation.
Well, thank you very much, but I will request you to ask Buki to be very gentle in squeezing the neck. Because the neck must go to Nigeria to be able to do the work that she wants us to do. But on a more serious note, I think very many persons in Nigeria know too well that when it comes to these issues of gender balance and the rest of them have been more inclined to the sensibilities of the female gender than most people do. And I believe that aside from gender activism and the rest of them, a mixture of the gender, especially in the legislative chamber, a proportionate mixture rather, will give us better results in society in Nigeria than the present arrangement that we have. That is my thought. And quite frankly, like I said, we're where we are because the safeguards that we have, the framework that we have for good governance have been implemented more in breach than in good governance, and that is part of the problem that we have. But coming down to your question on accountability, I think again, like I said, it is not the absence of legal frameworks and safeguards that makes us what we are now. That is the pity of everybody that has conscience and who is exposed to the international community and what we have. I think that we have the Freedom of Information Act.
Right.
And so anybody who is worried about the happenings in governance has access, unlimited access to the Freedom of Information Act. And you can get any information, because the major problem that we have in our society that impugns on all aspects of our life, security, space, and freedom, liberty, and rest of them is corruption. And so if we can overcome that boundary, that obstacle, then like I said, seek ye the kingdom of God first, and every other thing will be added. And so if we put up a more frontal debate on the basic issues that impede our growth and development and overcoming some of the obstacles that we have on our way, I think we can get results. Honestly, I have come all the way to this place because I have respect for what you have put forward. I also get worried as I continue to be in government, if I'm going to leave government with the impression of government and of me the way it is now, how will I feel before I go to join my ancestors and the rest of them? So these are the compelling reasons why I participate in some of these activities, because I'm worried that they may not give us the results that we want. We will talk, and then we'll go back, and then we're where we are. And so I think that citizens must more aggressively hold their elected government accountable. First, the issue of trust. Get the correct information about what whoever is representing you at whatever level of government is doing. Then push it out to the public domain. Then follow it up. Like she has said, yes, sometimes confrontation achieves the results that you want into exposing the maladies in our system and ensuring that they are corrected. Sometimes collaboration becomes an imperative need because confrontation will not achieve all the violence and rest of them will not achieve all the results. But I think that confronting your elected government, and there are mechanisms for holding them accountable at that level, call it recall, even if met threat of it, call it going to court, using the information that you may have obtained in the process of your trying to hold him accountable. And all this add up to ensuring that people are kept on their toes and that they do the right thing all the time for the benefit of society. These things may not be, the results may not come in at a go, but I think with time, it can come out, because what is responsible for what is happening to us in Nigeria in particular today is the mindset that we have towards government. Otherwise, you had a president now who was an advocate of democracy. And here we are with what is on the table now in the president, we are gravitating towards totalitarianism, towards a one-party state. I don't know what the difference is between a one-party state and a military government, but I think that if we do not walk the talk in government, then certainly we'll not be making progress in government.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished Senator. I think the thought, thank you. If you want to do it, please do it better. Thank you. All right. I think the contributions for me are timely and they are nuanced enough. And it's also that the takeaway is also clear that if we fail to protect the civic space under the pressure of conflict and insecurity, I think we'll risk the very democracy that we all seek to defend. That's the point for me, either from the lens of the inclusion, gender, and all other parts, civil society, and even the people in government. I think at this point, I have no other option than to say thank you so much for coming, and we could move forward in the conversation. Thank you.
Please, let's appreciate them once again, our brilliant panelists. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, I like to crave your indulgence that we skip the break and just go straight to the third panel session. Perhaps to just stand up, take, like a 30-second stretcher, just stretch our legs. If we agree, so that we just do this and then we finish up with the third panel session. But we can actually just be on our feet just to stretch, and then do we? I mean, let's do the third panel session. All right, so while we're doing that, I'll just take the opportunity to invite the moderator for the third and final panel session. And this session will be on civic engagement and inclusive governance as catalyst for peace and development. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to invite Adaobi Egboka, who will be moderating this panel session. Adaobi Egboka is the Director, Africa Initiatives at the Cyrus R. Vance Center for International Justice, a non-profit program of the New York City Bar Association that promotes global justice by engaging lawyers across borders to support civil society and ethical legal practice. She directs the Vance Center's programmatic activities in Africa working on projects across all 4 of its practice areas with a focus on key rule of law and human rights issues, and lead organization-wide efforts to promote and strengthen pro bono practice in selected African countries through special initiatives and strategic partnerships. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Adaobi Egoka. She'll be introducing other members of the panel. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. It will be wonderful to have us seated. Thank you so much, everybody. And thank you for your indulgence. I know that this is standing between you and your lunch, and that's one of the most difficult panels to have. But we're going to move on with that. So good afternoon, distinguished guests, colleagues, and friends, and we acknowledge those online. Welcome to this our panel that is titled Civic Engagement and Inclusive Governance as a Catalyst for Peace and Development. Our focus today is very simple on this panel. We're just going to look at how civic participation and inclusive governance, particularly for youths and women and other marginalized groups, drive durable peace across our continent. I've looked at this in 3 ways. So looking at it in practice, in law, and then in the research that we have available. In practice, we know very well that many governments embrace civic participation, not just sometimes merely as just ticking the box, but it should be embraced as an institutionalized process. We also see we know that if we do this, we're going to see a lot of strong democratic resilience, more peaceful society, and development outcomes that leave fewer people behind. In looking at the law itself, I'm reminded that inclusive governance and civic engagement are not just political ideas, they are really legal obligations. Regionally, the African Charter on Democracy, Election and Governance, the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, and the Maputo Protocol all affirm to the right of citizens to participate fully in governance. And that includes women, youth, and other marginalized groups. Globally, if we look at the International Covenant on Civic and Political Rights, the UN Security Council's Resolution 2250 on youth, the Resolution 1325 on women, peace, and security, all these re-echo these commitments. And many countries in Africa are signatories to these treaties or standards, and they have committed to this. If we look at many of our constitutions across Africa, it's clear that many of the constitutions also emphasize this. So the question really is, does this right exist? Yes, they do. But the challenge is really having it meaningful in people's lives. Let's look at research. If you look around the researches that exist, both from Afrobarometer to UNDP, it consistently shows that societies with broad-based participation and responsive institutions are more resilient to conflict and better equipped to deliver development. Despite all this, we still have civil society spaces shrinking, we still have dissent is criminalized, we still have governments that have been captured by elites. So I will pose a few questions before we head to our panel. And I just want us to think about it while I introduce my panelists. Are voices of African youths, who make up more than 60% of our population, truly shaping policy, or are they just on the margins? Are women leadership and participation institutionalized, or are they treated as optional? And our government truly embracing civic engagement as a pathway to legitimacy, or merely tolerating it as a necessary inconvenience? That will not be discussed by me. It will be discussed by my renowned, experienced panelists who will unpack the structural conditions, institutional reform, and practical strategies that make inclusive governance a reality. I'll go ahead and invite my panelists who are experts in this area, whose bio I will not bore you with. You can find them online. I'll start by inviting somebody who I call biggest sis, because of the impact she has made and the connections she has built, not just for me, but many other young women from Nigeria and across Africa who are in this field of civic space and protection. She is a prominent African activist, feminist scholar, and human rights lawyer with nearly 30 years experience advancing women's rights and democratic governance in Nigeria and across Africa. She's the founder of the Women Advocates Research and Documentation Center. She has been in the forefront of many human rights litigation, grassroots mobilization, coalition building for gender equality. She was a former student leader who resisted military rule. She has shaped campaigns such as Bring Back Our Girls campaign, Feminist Manifesto movement, while mentoring future lawyers as a senior lecturer at the University of Lagos. She's also the board chair of KDI and the dean of the School of Policy, Politics, and Governance. Join me as I invite Dr. Abiola Akinode Afolabi. My second panelist is a civic engagement specialist and founder of Dynamic Prism Solutions. She has over 14 years of experience advancing youth participation, inclusive governance, and democratic development globally. She has designed training, civic engagement toolkits, and youth engagement strategies for government, civil society, and institutional and international organizations. And she has co-authored many books, including The Practical Guide to Engaging Young People in Civic Education. Ashley Law, please. Thank you so much. My next panelist is a democracy and governance specialist with over 26 years of experience advancing civic engagement, political participation, and institutional accountability across Africa, the Middle East, and the United States. He has led multi-million-dollar program with organizations such as Carter Center, UNDP, NDI, and strengthening democratic institutions. He has also done a lot in Ethiopia, Ghana, South Africa. I will invite, please, Boduri Joseph Adebo. Thank you so much. I promised I wasn't going to read their bio, because if I do, we will sleep here today. I also acknowledge that I have online, we also have virtual participants. We invite you to please feel free, share your questions. We're taking notes. I have my phone with me. I'm eagerly looking at it. We want you to engage. We want it to be very inclusive. So please feel free to send in your questions. And those in the room, at any point, we want this to be very conversational. It's the last one, so we wouldn't want to make it very theoretical. So please feel free to raise your hand at any point, and I will call you. Ashley, let me start with you. Your work focuses heavily on youth populations and creating inclusive civic and education, a lot for young people. And one challenge we have really seen is that youth engagement efforts are treated as a one-off campaign. Most times there's no long-term outline on it. From your experience, what institutional reform or program, my voice, or other models have proven to be effective in sustaining youth participation in governance beyond just election periods?
Well, thank you for that question. And I just want to take the opportunity to thank KDI, Bukola, and Femi especially for inviting me to be a part of this panel. Many of you may not know, I actually have worked in the election space with the International Foundation for Electoral Systems. So I'm pleased to see some of my previous colleagues here. And I think the challenge when it comes to elections and sustaining youth participation, is simply that people don't think beyond the ballot box. They often, when people run for election, they think about the votes and what's the topic that's going to get the most interest. I think it is not something that is holistically thought about in terms of the power that young people hold, in terms of what they're doing today, where they're already leading change, how they are implementing solutions in their communities. And unfortunately, that is something that is not respected at all times or even acknowledged at all times. And I think that if we could break this cycle of sort of one and done, beginning and ending at the ballot box and thinking more holistically about ongoing civic engagement with young people, with diverse youth populations. So even girls, young women, youth with disabilities, Indigenous people, these are all communities that have the same rights. They have the right to vote, the right to participate in civic and political processes. It's upon us to engage with them. They are there, they have the ideas. We need to bring them into the fold. We need to do better at creating a more enabling environment for their participation. So I think it really requires a shift from thinking about this as a one-time opportunity and more of a long-term sustained process where we think about it in terms of what can we do in early learning civics. Why have we not thought about this? And those who have, we need to invest resources in this. And I'm not talking just about, elementary schools. I'm talking about in our families, in our community clubs, in our churches, in our religious institutions. Think more about engaging people younger, earlier in life, instilling those democratic behaviors and concepts that we want them to build into their identities, and that will sustain their participation.
I hear you a lot around the idea of not just waiting till we see the youths go on with NSAS, go on with Gen Z protests we see in Kenya and all this, but starting very early and then making sure that it's not just starting early, but with full resources. Thank you so much for that. Abodunmi, I don't know, I put in your name all the time. You've worked very closely in closed civic space, that we know. And in all that, we know how dangerous it can be. But yet you've been able to design programs that really empower citizens to speak up and hold governments accountable. What lessons have you learned, or what would you say from your work about creating the spaces? Really, what lessons can we pick from it?
All right, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes,
all right. So let me, also acknowledge with thanks Kimpact Initiative for Development for this invitation. We also make note of the fact that I'm seeing people that I've not seen for a very long time, including Dr. Obi Ezekwesili, back at NDI way back in maybe 2000 or so, when you came to the NDI office in Abuja. And of course, my former boss, Dr. Fomuyo, is in the room. So it's a big pleasure. Yeah, thanks for the question you asked, because sitting down listening to everyone here, I was telling myself that I can only speak from an IP perspective and not so much of, someone who has been on the front lines. And as you rightly pointed out, I've had the privilege of working in fragile societies, closed civic space environment. I think one of the key things that I would like to point out is that, yes, civic space is in peril in Africa today, But it's not by accident that we're seeing the things we're seeing. It's more or less deliberate. The question for many of us who are practitioners and civic activists is how proactive we are in seeing far along the line where some of these things, are going to. When Chris spoke the other time, he said democracy is in Africa's DNA. When you go back to the period of independence, and then I asked myself, so what happened right after independence? How come that even right after independence, we started seeing the manifestation of what we are seeing now, even though we had that golden moment again from 1983, up until the early 2000s, with Nigeria being one of the last holdouts of military rule up until 1999. Now, but specific to your question, one of the things that I've learned in the course of my work is that no civil society is monolithic. So even when we are preferring solutions, we are preferring ideas to civil society actors who work in closed civic spaces, you don't just bring something that has worked somewhere to say it's also going to work here. We have to understand, like she broke down the question of, youth in their respective representation. What are the issues in the society that we want to work in? Things are very dynamic, it's very fluid. And how do you position your program in such a way that it responds to what the local realities are? Doing proper political economics. I'm sorry if I sound a bit, academic in this sense, but it's very, very important because you need evidence to back up whatever it is that you want to do. So doing a proper political economy of what the situation is in that country, the situation in Uganda is not exactly the situation in Sudan. What you find in Azerbaijan, for example, is different from what you find in Nigeria. And so you've got to tailor your response along those lines. Then I heard Buki saying confrontation, works. And I was surprised that Senator Moro was very quick in agreeing with you that confrontation works. It's not the time that confrontation works. I believe that we should, when you're working in closed environments, sensitive environments, you have to look at about how do you build partnership, between civil society organizations in those society and government. Sometimes the mere fact that you're asking questions gets the government up against you. Can we find some entry points by way of accountability, issues? Can we find entry points by way of service delivery? This is something that, from my experience, I've done without mentioning the country. It's in East Africa, where even the existence of the organization I was working with back then was in jeopardy if we go along the lines of doing a full-blown election observation. The government refused to accredit the National Domestic Election Coalition. And they have that history that every election cycle, they find orders to, deny any national coalition from observing the election. So what do? We have to find local organizations that were working in the health sector, service delivery sector, to work with them on how they monitor issues around budget allocation to health and so on. So when it came to time for election, it was not a problem to get those local groups to get accredited, to observe the election, because they had already built partnership, they built trust, they built support already with the NGO bureau, with the district, NGO offices. And so that's also another approach that we can use. And then there's also another point that had been mentioned earlier today, building network across thematic domestic groups. It's not just enough that, okay, IAGA comes together with Electoral Reform Network, and that is still singly focused on the matter of election. But democracy and delivering on democracy is not just about election. How do you involve other groups, beyond your own thematic area, and you build a solidarity amongst yourselves? So that's also another, approach that we've used successfully, I must say, in working in close environments. And I will readily suggest that, to this audience. I hope this is helpful.
Very helpful. So I hear you around the idea that we must realize that there are differences, even though we want to cross-pollinate ideas. There are differences in Tanzania and Uganda, in Nigeria and other places, so we must take that. I know that in the previous conversations, we also had things around starting from a bottom-up approach, taking democracy to the people. So I hear a lot of what you're resounding, both from what we've heard before and from your own thoughts. Thank you so much. I'm going to come back to you on one of the points that you made that is very crucial to this discussion. But I want to quickly go to Dr. Akioda Folabi. I'm asking her last because I know that she's done youth engagement. She's worked in very fragile society. And so I know that a lot of decades have gone in advocacy in your work, really trying to get inclusive governance, not just as a technical process, but as a struggle for rights and dignity. I think and I know that you have led and pushed for gender equality laws and constitutional reform many times, that I know. So my question to you will be, what do you think, as we discuss all this, what are the structural and political changes that are very urgent? We've heard a lot from today. What are those urgent things that we want that if we are to make government truly inclusive in Nigeria and across Africa, we should be looking at? What should that be?
Okay, thank you very much. I recall that in the year 2000, just as the military left and we started engaging democracy in Nigeria, one of the things that came on the table was the question of transparency and accountability. And people had gathered together, and I remember that it was CDD that started the conversation about the need for us to have what they call people's budgets or something there. People's budget. And there was a question from the government and everyone at that point to say, people's budget, what is the business of people with the budget? I don't know whether somewhere in Nigeria at that time remember. What's the business of people in the budget? After all, the government, so it is called government's budget. That is the nomenclature, because the budget is called government's budget. So what is the business? So it's supposed to be something that should, be directed by a government. And of course, civil society at that point engaged that conversation. And today, discussing about having a budget that is open and transparent, that has people's input into it, has become a global discussion, which ordinarily, would not have been seen in such way. And the fact that citizens have participated in budget processes in different places, particularly in places like Tanzania, Kenya, South Africa, one had seen some kind of development, even in Nigeria. Madam due process is here, and we know what went into that, to ensure that there are issues of transparency and accountability that we need to discuss, as a people. And there are processes that we need to follow. If you look at, even up to today, as fragile as the state in Nigeria is, if you still go to all the different countries, you will still see the procurement units, there, trying to struggle to ensure that they still follow those processes that were laid down, at that point in time. And of course, we take that back to the demand, by civil society to have a transparent society. Well, we can say that we have won in that regard, especially if we look at the corruption index and where we are, as a country. But it does not mean that idea was not correct. So what we saw was that the people that were applying the idea with I mean, not people, I mean the state, you know, that were applying that idea to, you know, rejected that idea for their own selfish reason. Now your question about, so what do we need to begin to do differently? Because we then need to ask ourselves, whether the you know, and I say this with a lot of respect to the donors who had supported the country at different times, you know, but I know that when we started this conversation this morning, part of what we have also looked at is, and I will use Bukola's word, whether it's transactional or transformational. So when we put the fund on the table, for one, it has a limited time. If you don't meet up with the time of that fund in terms of civic education, so there is a time lapse. And so what we need is something much more continuous, you know, particularly you don't need to wait until when the election is knocking at the door before you support the election. So it's like an invitation to something that would not work. So some of those issues are responsible to why the question of civic participation is still not really, you know, led in a way that, you know, could benefit the society. But however, if I can quickly say that, recently there are interventions that are coming in. There are leadership schools that are coming up where the idea is to ensure that we have, you know, empowered citizens, you know, as a continuous process. And for me, that is my, that is an area that I have decided to join Antiobi and others, you know, to invest our lives in. Because if you are citizens that actually know what to do, you know, so it's an integrated process as they are growing up. So they are citizens that are already empowered and know what to do and how to make demand. And the institutes that are also coming up are also looking at what manner of leadership. This morning we're talking about overhauling the whole of African Union. But so the question we are raising is the question about, are they really value-driven? Are they really efficient? Are they really the kind of leaders that we want to see? So are we as citizens also looking at rebuilding that form of leadership that we want to see? Bolono, you were speaking this morning and I sat there and I thought, I don't think we should talk like that. I just want to do this and allow generation to come. Why not now? Why not during your own generation? So maybe by the time we keep thinking we want to do this for our next generation, we're also missing the point. If we want to do it for our generation, that means we would all put all what we need and what we take, what it will take for the for civic participation to take place. I'll stop here. I don't want to.
No, thank you. I hear you. I hear you a lot about empowered citizens and ways that we can, and that's the only way that we can see things change. We've seen from some of the protests that have come up and some of the negotiations that have come up that when citizens are informed, they come from an empowered perspective. And I hear leadership classes and leadership trainings are ongoing. Very good. Before I move to the next person, I'd like to just ask you, one, built a lot of coalitions. When we talk about empowerment and really having citizens that are in this realm, really knowing how to resistance, what advice will you have for the younger activists who are really coming up and facing similar challenges? Yes, we want to look at the future, but now what advice do you have for these young ones who are like, we want to do this, but how?
Intergenerational conversations that are going on, and part of what we're also doing is to make sure that we are all involved. Yes, I hear young people say it is our time, you know, but I think it's a time for every one of us, you know. So because we will all live in this space together anyway, so we need to then work, you know, together to achieve whatever we want to achieve. We are lacking a lot in mentorship, particularly for younger ones. And that's one of the biggest, you know, challenge that I think we have, you know, as a people. As all our future tied to the youth. And I would quote and tell you about three things she talks about: the young people, women, and technology. And it looks like the society is tied to that. So it's important that we carry young people, along. So there should be a lot of intergenerational dialogue. We should see each other as allies working towards development. There's a lot of accusation here and there. The Gen Zs are very annoyed, with everybody, with themselves, and with us. So I think there's a need for us to have that conversation in such a manner to understand that we are all victims. We are all victims. I'm sure if we all have different ways to respond to this, we would have done it a long time. The Fumlaya Ransom Kuti, they did their bit. Aba Riot, they did their bit. In the last few years, we have also done our bit, but we are all victims. So the reason why things are not working is not because our strategy was poor, but we are fighting against a tide that is stronger than all of us. And that's why we can't win a gender war. And I say this because I know that people would say, why as a gender, I don't agree with that. We can't, so we need to win a war that we all fight together. That we all understand the fact that the inequality that we see in the society is something that can affect you, that can affect me. That it's not a problem of the women, alone, and let us leave them, to solve that problem. Or the problem of the youth alone, let us leave them to solve the problem of the youth. Even if we look at the not too young to long bill, brings new intervention into the conversation. But if we ask ourselves and look back and say, how many youths do we have in the Senate? I'm looking at the Senate. How many youths do we have in the Senate? Yes, we had moved a little bit, but have that really solved that fundamental thing that we wanted that, bill, to solve that problem. So my point is that we need to be very holistic in these conversations. They are deep. They are conversations that will take us more time, to discuss, but we need to open dialogue, conversation for us to have better things to tell the young people. Thank you.
Interesting. Intergenerational. Okay, I think this one is better. Yeah, thank you. And when you talk about youth and how, yes, a lot has gone in, but when we look at the outcomes now, do we really see that as very evident? And that's a question that is scary. And actually, I just want to come back to you because I know that you work very closely with youth as we talk about youth engagement and marginalized voices and thinking about a holistic approach like Doctor has advised us. I know that many of the work you have done on peace building and institutional resilience in different countries and regions that you have worked in have really engaged with youth. What deliberate efforts do you see as we think about this that has worked? What example? Give us an example as you think about it that has really worked in engaging youth, women, other ethnic minorities, who has altered a policy or de-escalated some tensions. What have you seen work? Maybe a practical example.
Yeah, thank you for that. There are just a couple things, if I remember, that I just want to touch on quickly, because this relates back to previous panels. Something you were saying about democracy is cross-sectoral. Youth engagement is cross-sectoral. Young people care about every issue that I think probably every single one of us cares about in the room. And for that reason, their voices, their active participation is important. The policies that are being made impact them directly. Why would we not engage them, right? And I think when it comes to that, when it comes to influencing decision makers, policy makers, there seems to be a lot more success at the local level. And I think it's challenging, right? A lot of political figures and governments, there's this narrative, young people are perpetrators. Young people, don't have the knowledge, they're not old enough, they're not experienced, but young people are living these experiences, and that is expertise that deserves to be respected and incorporated into policymaking. And I think from stories I've heard from young people, from the research, we see that when it starts locally, when it's ground up, when it's grassroots led, when it is youth led, there is more success, and you're able to gain momentum and find the champions, especially in sort of higher level government, national level. Find your local champions who can help you get there, who support your efforts, who can help open the door, who can bring you into the table and also facilitate the space for you to speak. There's a lot to be said about, yes, there are youth councils, there are youth advisory boards. We see these in governments, local, national. We see these in civil society organizations, but just opening the door doesn't mean that young people can actually participate, right? It means, sure, they can potentially go through the door, sit at the table, but are we giving them power? Are we letting them have a say? Are we providing that space for us to co-create and kind of co-share and partners with them? And the power sharing, I think, is just so important. It helps to move from this performative aspect of youth engagement, right? If we actually give resources to young people, if we give them financial resources, if we give them the space to lead, if we act as mentors, right? If we take the learnings from older generations, really invest in intergenerational conversations, listen to each other. And I think something I've had to learn really recently is the power of failure. There's a lot to be learned from taking a risk. Sometimes you succeed, sometimes you don't, but I think it's not a failure as long as you walk away with a lesson learned. And this is where I think intergenerational dialogues and conversations are incredibly important. And so I think when actions are grown. There we go. When they're locally grown, when they are championed by adults and folks who really promote youth engagement, when there are resources, we see success. And I just want to quickly say, positive youth development. I'm not sure if this is a framework that folks are familiar with, but when I was working in international development, I worked a lot on youth programs, and positive youth development has sort of 4 elements to it that I think are really important for us to keep in mind when we're engaging young people. And Bonolo, I loved how you said agency earlier, because I think there's this, people forget that we have to support each other in confidence building, in seeing our worth in ourselves and each other. Agency is so important, and that's one element. The second and third are knowledge and skills, our assets, providing the space for young people to contribute to their communities. And then I touched upon this a little bit earlier about the enabling environment. And that's where I think all of us as practitioners, as academics, as leaders, we need to step up. We need to create the more conducive environments for peace, stability, to combat youth unemployment. There's such a strong connection between a strong workforce, lower unemployment rates, and peace, stability, democracy. We have to start seeing how the cross-sectoral components work together and start working more in that space.
No, thank you so very much. Thank you. I hear you a lot in terms of actions that need to be taken. And I'll quickly run to Bodrin because I think that you talk a lot about youth, but I know you deal with the entire population. And I know that we've seen spaces where, with all these that we're talking about, where the trust in government is low, right? People want to do this, but there's so much apathy. People are not so keen about it anymore, right? What reforms or institutional designs have you seen that create space, responsive and sustained platform for engagement? How else? What other solutions do you have or ideas do you have?
All right. I'll come to that question, but yes, I just want to chip in on the subject of youth because it's also an area that I have worked,
very well.
Yeah, including working with the IAGA group in the formative years of Not Too Young to Run. In East and Southern Africa, when I was still with NDI, I ran a regional youth program. And I'm talking about this because sometimes we also have to break down the whole, into subsectors. What gave rise to that program was that we had a regional political party strengthening program that focused largely on senior political party leaders. All the frontline parties within the Southern African and ANC, CCM from Tanzania, and so on. But the more we tried, to introduce them to the idea of reform, which they welcomed, but you could tell that these guys had more or less plateaued. And, that drive to push through reform was not really there. And so we refocused the program to now look at young people within East and Southern African countries. And we started by teaching them soft skills. I know Dr. Akiode spoke about mentorship. How did they communicate? How can they use digital, tools? But the focus of the program was not just about youth participation in political processes in general, but how can young people participate in decision-making processes in their political parties? That was the focus of the program. So it was some kind of leadership training, soft skills, so that they can play very instructive roles in the way political parties are run in their respective countries. And today you find some of them have risen, to now be in position to make decisions, either as, staff of the secretariat of the political party. They make recommendations, they take on projects, they suggest, they write policy papers, they suggest ideas that their political parties can pursue. So I think, that is one very good example. And, for those who have, who reach out to NDI, and I think IRI also has a program similar to that. Those are ideas that we've seen work in some other places, and we can borrow a leaf or two from that. Now, you asked about what structures that I've seen. Someone talked about National Youth Council. Those are one of the invited spaces, for young people to come and talk. But we know that almost in every country that I'm aware of the existence of a National Youth Council, they are politicized. They are more or less affiliated to the ruling, to the power, to those who are in power. So let's talk more about the invented spaces, that civil society can bring about on its own. If we want to talk about election, which is another example of invited space. For me, I don't want to equate participation with inclusion, because you can turn out for election, but does that mean you are included in the process of governance? And I think that is a big question that we are all trying to find answers to. The young ones, whether for End SARS or End Bad Governance in Nigeria or Gen Z protest in Kenya, it's not for want of seeing young people come out to vote, or it's not for want of seeing citizens, women in particular, turn out in their numbers to vote on election day. But the fact is, are they included? Are their priorities, included in the government's agenda, at every point in time? And I think that is what we really want to push, that inclusion, inclusion is about seeing someone that looks like you, in the room, when the policy decisions are being made, when the budget is being made, that you want to look at the budget and say, look, this is how much that has been voted for primary education this year. That reflects in terms of how our children are being taken care of, either in terms of primary health centers and so on. So I think it's more about us inventing those spaces to bring those who are in power, to come listen to us, to come hear what our priorities are. But again, as I said earlier, confrontation can work, but let's do it from the attitude of partnership, let's do it from the attitude of collaboration also. So, but I will talk more about invented spaces, less the invited spaces, which are often compromised.
Thank you so much. I love the idea of participation versus inclusion as a key question and a key takeaway from us. And thinking about how do we invent the spaces. On that note, I'm just going to open it up. I see hand. Oh my goodness, this is interesting. I should have come to this scenes before continuing. Okay, this is getting interesting. So we'll kick off. Can I start with Senator, please?
Thank you very much for starting with me, as if you knew. Mine is actually to congratulate us for how far we have gone and the level of contribution so far on the issues at hand. But to correct one impression, because my gentleman there just said that Buki talked about confrontation and that he was surprised that I quickly supported. I'm not sure that he was in the room when that conversation was going on. Because for all of us here, Buki said sometimes confrontation, sometimes collaboration, and sometimes both. And I say yes, because as a former student union activist, as a worker activist, I definitely will not say that confrontation is the one size fits all. So I want to correct that impression so that it doesn't go down on your it doesn't go down on your records. Thank you very much.
No, thank you. Thank you so much. And I'm glad when Badru was ended, he talked about confrontation and partnership as a way to. So that's good to note. Okay. Okay. I saw your hand first, then I'll come to Buki. No, I'm talking. Yes. Okay, yes, that's fine, that's fine. I'm going to get to everybody today because this is getting interesting.
Thank you very much. My name is Dr. Kwejiwa Deniro. I'm with Women in Global Health. And I'm really excited about spaces and how we interrogate spaces, norms. One of the things about civic education is the spaces that we invent and the spaces that are already available. And one of the best ways to observe the relationship of power and participation is by observing marginalized people in the smallest units of observation. And so what are the norms around power and participation in the smallest units that each marginalized person exists? Because this is about Africa, which is an unfortunate contraction, which, because Africa is loads of people and loads of different things. But what are the norms around power and participation for different groups of marginalized people in our cultural context? What is the power of a young person? And I'll give a tactile example is what is the power of a young person in their smallest, in the domestic situation? How much power does a young person have in their own home? How much power does a woman have in her own home? How much power does a disabled person have in their own home? Because these are the spaces that, lead out to what happens outside, right? We're talking about political participation. In my country, Nigeria, even in spaces that are designed for young people, there are dress codes in the university. So if I don't have bodily autonomy on being able to wear my hair in the natural state that it comes out of my head, how will I believe that I can run for political office? If I'm a woman and I don't have autonomy over my uterus, and if and when I decide to reproduce, how will I believe that I can run for this space? If, as somebody who is physically challenged or disabled, I cannot move out of my own home, I cannot enter other spaces, how can I believe that somebody wants to listen to me? So the smallest unit of observation in which these people live in are already spaces that we have neither directly created nor invited, using your word, but we must focus on the smallest unit of their existence first and target those spaces so that these norms, by the time we're dealing with them at the formal institution levels, are often baked in already, oppressed in. And then we're doing so much more harder work trying to deconstruct. So
thank you so
yes.
much. Thank
so
you.
Thank you very much.
I'm going to take three additional hands I see, and very briefly, and then we get to the closing and the panelists will answer. Buki, please.
Thank you so much. And thank you, distinguished Senator, for helping me clarify that. That was one of the two things that I wanted to talk about before Mr. Bodun puts me in trouble. But the second thing I want to talk about is that there are some words that we have been used to that in and of itself seem negative, but they are not negative in the things that we are trying to push for. A lot of times, for instance, when you hear the word feminism or you're a feminist, people immediately don't want to associate with it. It's the same thing with the word like confrontation. You know, when you hear the word confrontation, it looks negative, but in the work that we do, it is not. In the first year of my PhD program, one of my supervisors advanced a concept called moral panic. It's negative, but I asked myself, what's the other side? And that's moral crusade. There are certain issues that will not come to the front burner today, that those duty bearers will not act on it if there are no protests, if there are no placards, if there are no confrontations. It doesn't mean confrontation is then the only thing. No, it's not wise to do that. But it is for us to use that, especially when we have explored other means to bring this issue on the front burner and it is not coming on the front burner. Look at what happened in Kenya, for instance. Even in Nigeria and in many countries where we have seen large-scale protests, it is because those things, those issues were being advanced, but because it did not generate the kind of panic or the crusade that will push for the action that is required, nothing happens until something like that big protest happens and the duty bearers are paying attention. So my thought in closing is to say that some of these things, let us not be averse to it. Sometimes they work positively if we use it well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Take the two of them briefly, a few seconds here.
I have a question for Ashley. So I work with a lot of young people in South Africa around elections, right? And of course, South Africa is not an exception here, where we see the prevailing trend of lower voter turnout among young people because of, political dissatisfaction and their own feelings and disillusionment about democracy. So we've been really struggling with answering the question around, or rather, how do we get them to vote? So they would argue that boycotting the polls is them exercising their political right and their right to choice. And of course, they're exploring alternative ways of participation. We have a very strong culture of protest, so young people opt to protesting. But if you look at Botswana, what happened in Botswana last year, it was the young people of Botswana that brought change in that country. Ghana, Malawi in 2020, Zambia in 2021. So at what point do we say, okay, we're going to allow this demographic to exercise their own political right, the ways in which they want to, and how do we also say, let's go to the polls, but they're also not seeing the point, honestly. So it's been some of the things that we struggle with, that how do we encourage young people to vote without also, invalidating their struggle with democracy and politics as we see it, and how power is exercised after elections.
Last question.
It's a bit similar to Bonolo's question. I've just been fascinated with what's going on in Nepal in the last couple of weeks, where a group of young people did all these protests, but they didn't stop there. They went on an online platform and chose the interim prime minister of the country. And that's taking me back to what's happening in Kenya and what happened in Nigeria with the NSAS protests. And actually, maybe this is for you as well, because it's kind of similar. But my question is, in your work with young people, because we've been trying to wrap our head around this with our programming in Nigeria as well, how do you sustain the agitations of young people and try to channel that into formal constitutional and institutional democratic processes? We had a joke in Nigeria that NSAS happened too early for the 2023 elections, because by the time I went from 2020 to 2023, it was really difficult to channel that frustration into democratic processes, even after the elections. And I think it'd be helpful for us to start thinking through how we bridge that gap between protests, trying to get a system to reset itself, and channeling that into formal, constitutional, and legal institutional processes.
Thank you so much. One last question.
Thank you very much. I have a comment, and I just don't want, maybe Ashley also touched on that. It's about how we can harness the young people. How do we approach young people rather than trying to educate adults? I think that's what we are doing. And from a donor perspective, it's easy. For adults, you can basically see some of the results, or how many people that turn out for the elections, and is there violence? What are people saying about that? But I think as we sit here and talking about what can be done to really sustain or continue to build foundations for democracy in Africa, for me, having been in other climes, I think the missing piece is, what are we really teaching our kids in school? If you look at where we are gathered here today, all of us come from different backgrounds. We have kids here, but most of them come out uniformly as being taught from the institutions that they go through from a younger age. So I think that is very, very important. And for me, I think we're missing that. Programmings are not happening around primary school educations in Africa. I know Kenya started that, Nigeria, there was hope. But also donors don't easily see that as a result immediately. And sometimes donors want impact immediately. And so perhaps that is what is impacting that. But for us, I think it's important as Africans to look into that. The last question, and then maybe for Boduri, who has also worked a lot on this civic space, is there, I know for sure there is no silver bullet for these things. And maybe coming back to how do we talk about the democracy? Two speakers, panelists mentioned this earlier, and I just want to re-echo that. I think it was Bonulu, yes, that talks about from a lecturer that somebody told him, a professor, told her that democracy is not just one thing. That it's only when you do 1, 2, 3, then you call it democracy. And also, how are we sure that even in our civic engagement, that the people, especially grassroots, what is their understanding of this democracy? My engagement from places that I've worked, it seems as if democracy is not us, the people, but the government. And that's the perception. So there is a lot of load on, it's missing on what can an ordinary citizen, besides just the civil society folks, what the ordinary citizen do to ensure that the foundations of democracy really, really continue to go. So these are the 2 points I wanted to make. My name is Sireja. I work with IFES.
Thank you so very much for the questions. I had initially thought that this was the last section, that people are ready to go, but I see that this is a very interesting topic. So happy that we're engaging it fully. To come to the part of our panelists, we've heard a lot around spaces, about norms and participation, and then how do we engage that with marginalized groups. We've heard about wordings, feminism, confrontation, what does that mean? Then a lot about youth, a lot around youth engagement. And I know that 3 of you had in different ways worked with youths, whether women, whether youths, whether with election. So I'm going to just allow 3 of you speak, each person 1 minute, answering okay, I see faces. Okay, I'm going to try. 2 minutes, answering the question and then giving your closing remark on any of the questions. Actually, I know you had lots of questions, but it wasn't, and I know Dr. also have some. So please address your question, then have a closing remark on it. Actually, please start. I know you have a lot of questions. Yes. On starting with young people, educating young people from the scratch. Yes.
So I'm actually gonna jump around in how I answer these questions. You know, it's funny you brought up Nepal, only because I've had some experience working with young people and partners in Nepal, and young people there are incredibly active. So to see them use their voices, and especially through digital means, where, you know, we've seen this rise, this uptick in digital activism and engagement since COVID, frankly, I think is wonderful. That being said, I want to tie this back to access to people with disabilities, because digital spaces have become such strong platforms for engagement. And this really pertains to a lot of populations, right? Not just young people, but I do think there's a lot more to be done, and we're starting to see some momentum with civic tech to be more inclusive, to make tools and information more accessible to screen readers, to include captioning as a must for everything that you put up, to make interfaces more easy to navigate, easy to read language, or language that can be there we go. Or language that can be translated into local languages, indigenous languages, which is so 2 things I want to point to. I worked very closely with Femi, who, there he is, with Femi Mbukola on a publication called In Their Words. And conceiving this, I wanted this to be something that really elevated and amplified youth voices. I didn't want it to be another product of, well, this is the development space, this is what we're hearing, this is popular. No, I wanted everything we put into this report to be literally from young people's words. Hence, In Their Words is the report. We actually were able to reach 900 young people. And a lot of African youth participated in this survey because we had this wonderful relationship with KDI, who are helping to conduct this research and help us analyze it. But sort of two takeaways from that I think are relevant to this conversation. We found that non-formal civic education, when it invests in youth leadership, when it bridges theory and practice, meaning it allows young people to lead, to take charge, to design programs, conduct these programs in their communities, this leads to more democratic societies. So democracy is something, or democratic acts of engagement, I think is very broad, right? It is very fluid. It means a lot of different things. It looks very different to different people, and we have to embrace that. So if we're able to provide these frameworks where young people can explore their ideas, put them on paper in terms of action planning, or go out and implement their ideas in their communities, knowing they have a structure and support behind them, I think is really powerful. And I'll skip over that because I feel like I made that point. But maybe just to say, when we are doing trainings, when we're implementing programs, I think one of the most successful techniques we can use is listening. We just need to listen. We need to listen to what young people want. We need to listen to them and observe them, as you said, in terms of where they gather, where they're participating. Stop assuming. Ask, listen, ask more questions. And then we're really going to be able to tailor our solutions, our programs, to be not only youth-led, but to be youth-relevant and to be successful in their communities. And I'll stop.
So much. Baduri, you had questions around how do we talk about democracy, and any other one you want to pick on, and then you can give your closing remarks.
How do we talk about democracy? Thank you. Yeah. How do we talk about democracy? That's a very interesting question. I think if I have, the answer, I'll probably be the first development worker that became a billionaire, So I think people look at the question of democracy from different, prism. But one thing that there are certain values or principles that binds everything. The fact that you are able to participate, the fact that, the rule of law supersedes in that society. But if we want to bring all of that down into everyday, layman's language, as we say in Nigeria, people equate democracy with the fact that they can eat, they can protect their families, they can send their children to school. Those basic things. I think that is how people tend to define democracy, because as the question came, I reflected on a society like Rwanda. People in Rwanda, they feel good that they have a system that works for Rwanda because they are able to go out and get a job. They are able to attend good schools and all of that. I think that's the way some people define democracy today, because you don't want to define democracy by the fact that you're able to go to vote, but the fact that when the result comes out at the end of the day, you have 500 people voting in a place where you have 250 people, on the voters' roll. So I think people define democracy by the kind of dividends it yields for them. So in societies where they can't even feed themselves, they don't really question the government when it comes to, respect to the rule of law. That's why in societies like Rwanda, they are fine with what they have because, hey, we are able to afford the basic things that, we want the government to deliver for us. So that's the way I would define it, Siri. Now, Doc Aibakuro, you said maybe NSAS came too early. I don't think NSAS came too early. The successful youth movements that I've seen, including Nepal, it's not because donors and IPs went into town to, provide them that support to. I mean, I think the guy who led that protest was, he's under 20, he's a very young age, So it's not because donors came to support. Now, where NSAS failed is that donors or IPs could have moved in after to help those voices come together like what you are saying, aggregate those voices so that that effort does not just go down the drain. In Kenya, I thought Kenya was going to experience the same thing that Nigeria experienced with NSAS. But, this tax thing is still lingering on, and they have elections in 2027. I told some friends in Kenya, I think a year and a half ago, I said, look, it's far from the election, and it will soon dissipate. But as recent as a couple of weeks ago, the young ones were still out there demanding. So where IPs and donors can come in is how do we help, these different voices and this energy still, in a way, keep it together, articulate what the issues are, and see in what areas they can engage with the structures of government. It could be with political parties, it could be with parliament. For example, how well did our NSAS people engage the likes of Senator Moro, with the Nigerian parliament, or even at the state level? Everything ended at the Lekki toll gate. But the issues remain, and the issues have even become more hydra-headed. But for me, the successful movement has never been because one human rights group, asks people to go out, or you say revolution now. It comes from, it's natural. The issue forces itself. The NSAS thing was that, look, it's too much of this police thing. And suddenly you started seeing things bubbling up in Asaba, bubbled up in Ikeja, Abuja, and so on and so forth. I think that is more genuine, more organic than when you have one, because that group is either going to be labeled as being pro this, pro that. So, but where as IPs, we find such movement working, let it run its course, because they are not doing it because an external power or an external influence is pushing them. However, we have a role to play to help them get the issues together, articulate the issues, and engage with the respective governance institutions in the country, so it doesn't all go down the drain. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Thank you, Dr. Please, could you help us round it up?
Anyway, I'll just say I agree with Ashley about the integrative approach. We need to start from from children and and all of that. I know that in Nigerian school currently they have civic education, but do we know what the curriculum? Do we engage that curriculum? Are we supporting them to make the curriculum the kind of curriculum that could lead us to what we need to see? And I think that maybe we need to also move away from our space, because it looks like we already also have a mindset, and try to see other spaces, how we can also turn things around in those spaces. I teach human rights in my class, and one of the days I was we were on a Zoom, and I was going to ask Antelbi to please come and listen to the way the students were discussing. There was a scenario that we thought that maybe some of them would feel, why would she go and say that? I don't know whether you saw this recent thing on the Zoom that was going viral in Nigeria, when the clerk of the house didn't know that she was being recorded. And so she just came out to say, you see, there's, oh, sorry, I forgot the senator is here. And so it was viral, it was everywhere, where she was condemning the way things are done at the National Assembly. You would expect that when you are speaking to students, maybe there will be divergent opinions. Some people would think, why would you go and say that? But you see, they were able to analyze the crisis of Nigeria, are speaking out, the implication of our speaking out, and why it's important for us to do that and all of that. We didn't get any divergent opinion like, oh no, she shouldn't have. So the point is that whether the young people currently, whether they are formally taught on civic education or how to transform the society or not, they find these learnings all around them, whether on the space, and they decide to choose. So maybe the challenge we would have is that they are making a choice on which one they want to follow, and which could be counterproductive. But as of now, we're likely going to get more empowered, people over time, because I think beyond just reading books that we were doing at that time, they are saying, other ways that some of these knowledges are, coming, to them. So, but by and large, I would say that for women, it's still a long journey. From the conversation, from what you said about norms, personal integrity, for goodness sake, I will ask myself, why are we speaking about reserve seat when it is obvious to us that one of those who is supposed to be a beneficiary of whatever seat is being thrown out of the National Assembly? So there is it's a disconnect in terms of conversation. There is a disconnect in our conversation. So now I think for women, we need to sit down and look at those issues very well and how, we want to move forward. There is a difference, and I must say, between formal representation and substantive representation. We need to begin to make a choice. Whether what we want to see, it's more women in that space or more women in formal spaces that can represent, than those who are in formal space. I wrote an article on that, and so I can share the article for us to look at it, whether this whole conversation about affirmative action, whether that is what we need, or we need more things. Because if we don't push the elephant in the room out, there's no way. If you like, I don't know whether we'll find a woman to become the president of Rwanda. And I don't know why it's taking us so long, to get there. Should I not raise a question about even what we have in Rwanda? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so very much. I refuse to have a concluding observation of this, my panel, because there's so much to unpack on it. So I will not have a concluding observation, but just to let you know that this has been more than I expected. Thank you so much for staying behind. But democracy in Africa will not be saved from above. It will be rebuilt by voices and visions of everyday citizens whom we help to empower. We hear about empowerment. What information are we putting out there? At what level and at what stage? All of us in the different work we do, let's find ways to continue to empower, provide the right information, just to make sure, as internet is now in the hands of our children and the youths, let them have the right information. Thank you so much, everybody.
I believe we can do better for these very brilliant panelists. I would like to thank you also for the energy. Thank you so much. We felt that we're all tired, but then the energy that came through towards this last session was inspiring. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. Well, just before we wrap up, all right, while the photograph is ongoing, just before we wrap up, KDI will share syntheses of key outcomes from today's conversations on emerging policies, shared concerns, proposed solutions to inform future collaborations and policy decisions on democratic strengthening in Africa. And to help us with that is Obaje Michael Oke, the country director, IFES, Kenya. Please, a round of applause for him. Thank you.
Yes, I know it's been a very long day, Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, it's we can all say it has been a very fruitful conversation the past few hours, right? We can all agree on that. That has been a very fruitful conversation. And not to take much of your time, because I know we've spent some time, some of the key outcomes from the conversation has, especially the first session, looking at old and emerging forms of collaboration for democratic resilience in Africa. One of the key things that came out is the need for ownership. I think Dr. Chris pointed that out, that in all our engagements and interventions, there's a need for us to leverage ownership of the process, which will mean that we need to invest really in structures that exist, like political party investment and trying to make them get commitment and ownership, and also getting citizens involved. So in terms of developing programs, we need to ensure that we are co-creating those with citizens as well, to ensure that we are also empowering civil societies to build bridges between key actors in societies to ensure resilient democracy in Africa. We also talked about strengthening and leveraging regional structures. As the AU, we talked about the constitutional and invited spaces and how do we leverage that as well. We talked about reinforcing South-South collaborations, which are very important, and how do we work as the continent, learning from each other and improving our democracies. We talked about also the need for not just relying on the unilateral approaches to reimagine policies and shifts, but looking at creative ways in which we can engage citizens, ensuring that we move away from the elite conversations we're having and the dialogues, and looking at how we can bring more people into the conversation. We also talked about the need, and I know that Dr. Ekwesili also talked about the need for us to begin to, we're in a season of inquiry, right? And how do we begin to answer those questions about how has democracy worked? And I think it's very important. So as we move forward from here, I think as partners in democracy, we have to begin to look at how do we begin to respond to those questions? And I think that is the basis, and supporting that with data and evidence as well. In the second session on building on civic freedoms, we talked about one of the key things that came out was that we need to work together. It's a collective responsibility. And there's a need for us to build an active citizenry that will be able to participate actively and advocate for good governance and effective democracies in Africa. We also have to look at ensuring that frameworks that are in place are implemented as well. That's something that I talked about. And then the action about also talking about civil societies, coming about anticipating what are some of the risks that they see from a gender lens, and also working together in saying that we shift the perception and mindset, seeing government and civil society as co-partners and not enemies, and working together to build trust and strengthen democracy in Africa. The last concluded panel was a very exciting one. I had a lot of feedback. It talked about we have to look at one of the key outcomes is looking at the long-term approach, right? I think Ashley talked about that a lot. Looking at how do we invest in early learning of citizens to ensure that they effectively participate. And that was also talked about by Dr. Abiola as well, in terms of how do we engage citizens at a very young age as well. We also talked about the need to also understand context, the political and economic analysis to understand context and framing our interventions to build which countries we are going to be to enhance impact. We also have to build networks across thematic areas to improve and enhance democracy and civic engagement. We also talked about, this was the central theme between the three sessions, the need for an informed citizenry. So I think living here is how do we engage citizens more, right, in the conversations to ensure that at the end of the day, we're leveraging structures like the leadership trainings and also mentorship, which is very key. Lastly, we talked about the need for a more holistic approach to the conversation and talked about the need for the intergenerational dialogue to build trust and collaboration. And that's something that is very important. And I think Ashley pointed out also in a conversation the need that the most effective way to enhance civic engagement is the grass-up approach, where people are seen to be, youth are seen to be involved, women are seen to be involved in the process as well in that conversation. And that's how it will thrive and work. So on that note, I want to thank you all very much, and I look forward to us implementing some of these actions and so taking that on board. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We're right at the end of the program. And to close today's event, we're honored to hear once again from Dr. Abiola Akinode-Afolabi, the chair of the KDI board. Her reflections, I'm sure, will remind us that lie ahead of us, the challenges also before us as we work together to build a resilient, inclusive, and democratic Africa. Please, a round of applause for Dr. Afolabi Akinode.
Thank you very much. I think my brother Obaji has actually done the reflections, and I want to thank him very much for that very comprehensive reflection. I think what I am just going to do is to offer a vote of thanks on behalf of KDI for this very wonderful interaction. I want to start by thanking the distinguished senator present here today. Even if we didn't ask you to come and sit on that side of the table, we know that you can do it. That is why we brought you there. So I want to thank you so much for being part of the conversation today. I would also then thank Dr. Chris. It's been really, really wonderful to always find you around the table when we talk about the issue of democracy. So we have had the opportunity of also benefiting from the wealth of your knowledge once again today, to understand about what is going on in Africa and what we all need to do, the clarion call that you have dedicated your life to, whether at working with NDI, whether at working as a development partner to make sure that the world is better, for all of us. We want to thank you so much for coming to share with us. Please help me with a round of applause for him. Thank you. It's always a pleasure to see you around us. Thank you so much. And that's the kind of mentorship that we're talking about. You have been a mentor. We don't need to follow you wherever you go, but the way we see you and what you do has actually inspired quite a lot of us, and I'm really one of them. Thank you so much, sir. Let me also thank the moderator of the first session, our brother, for doing a very wonderful job. Thank you so much for that very inspiring moderation. I don't want to start going from one section to another so that I don't miss out anybody. But by and large, I want to thank everyone for a very wonderful, interactive session. We really, I was at a point in time, I was telling my sister sitting next to me, I said, are you sure people will not leave this place by 1 o'clock? But that we are still here up till now shows that we are having a very robust conversation. Moderator, our big guy MC, thank you so much for the work you have done. And to my brother and the KDI people, Yoruba people will say, we know they thank ourselves. So, but I want to thank you very much, for organizing this very beautiful. You made a call. What do we see in 1 year? I think this should just not be a conversation. We can't come all the way, to sit down and then have a conversation that will not. I think by coming back, we should be able to say, what have we done? What has changed in terms of our intervention with respect to the issue of building strong institutions around democracy. So I do hope that when we see again, we'll have more to say, no more lamentation, but more organizing to do. Thank you and God bless you.
Thank you very much. There'll be light refreshment just outside the hall here. We thank you once again for coming. Thank you and God bless you.